Being after 7 o'clock, I call the May 10th meeting to order, and we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The minutes weren't read, so we will continue those till the next meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Not unanimous. Aye, Sean. Okay, first one order of business is 242-700, a partial COC for 21 Hillside Road.
So the order issued in 1994 governed the subdivision that included Hillside, Peterson, and Buckland Roads. The order does list Lot 8, which is 278 Hillside, but based on the approved site plans and current GIS mapping, this lot is not within jurisdiction. It's well out of the buffer zone. Nevertheless, the applicant wishes to seek a partial certificate to clear the title as it's in the midst of transaction. So I just recommend issuing a partial COC, releasing this lot, and indicating on this COC that it's not within jurisdiction.
Okay, Ryan, any questions?
No questions.
Al?
All set.
Joe?
Yeah, this subdivision was a 40B, one of the first 40Bs came in, and it came in its entirety. So that's how it
Yeah,
happened,
yeah.
yeah. All set.
Sean?
No questions.
Motion?
I move that we grant the partial COC for 242-700, 278 Hillside Road.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that's unanimous. 242-634, partial COC for 29 Colonial Ave.
That's strange. Anyway, okay. So this order issued in January of 1993 governed the construction of a 29-lot subdivision with associated roadways, utilities, wetland replication, and stormwater management structures. House lots were not individually permitted under separate NOIs, so the subdivision plan served as lot development plan. Engineer certification letter did note a deviation that included a shed that was in the 50-foot no-build zone. The shed was removed and disposed of yesterday. The owners had Downer Brothers come and disassemble it and take it away. So, that was the main problem with the site, but otherwise, it's in compliance and stable. And the house respects the 50, and there's no other.
Okay, thank you. Ryan?
So, there's a fence in the 25-foot?
Yeah, so there's a vinyl fence that runs along the edge of the 25, and at the very end, at the roadside, at the end of the fence, next to the road, there's the last 8-foot section that's in the, like, just sneaks into the 25.
Okay. It's not a barrier to wildlife? or
I
anything
mean,
like that?
it does go all the way to the ground, but it's up to you
How
guys.
many feet are we talking?
It's probably the last 8-foot section.
At least last 8-foot section?
Yeah.
I would say total is probably 8 by 3.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's in this picture right here.
Just sort of being consistent with
Yeah.
previous COC
Yep.
issues with stuff that was put in the 25-foot no disturb zone. I'm not opposed to removing that section
Okay.
and getting it out of there.
So the homeowner's here,
Well, that's,
but we're going to, you can come on up, but we're going to go around with, okay.
I'll defer for now.
Defer for now. I don't, personally, I don't have, it's such a small piece, but I'll defer to my fellow commissioners. Joe?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the
I think to be the quality or potential quality of the resource area adjacent to the roadway. It's probably the least intensive area that we'd want to protect, so I don't have an issue with that. And even the undercut of the fence, which I think we typically required in any areas that might be potential habitat, but even here, we're protecting the critters from getting under the fence and getting to the roadway, keeping them into the area where they
Yeah,
should be. So
yeah.
it's actually, that's almost an advantage, even if it does go right to the ground. So
Right.
I have no issue based on that. Do we
That's
know
right.
if the line that's shown here is the original line surveyed in, or is this the,
Wetland line?
yeah,
It's original,
the original one? sorry.
Yes.
All right.
yes.
So we don't necessarily even know that maybe the resource area's changed somewhat, and the line, might be more forgiving.
Yeah.
All right, I'm all set.
And that's where one of the crossings is, so that's the head wall you'll see. right there.
Okay.
Sean?
How far under the 25 does that 8-foot section go?
Looks to be
Let me see.
between 5 and 10 feet.
Yeah. 10 feet max. I don't have my,
So it
Might
gets
scale with
within
me.
15 feet of the wetland, you're saying?
I would say, yeah. Not more than that, I don't think. Do you see how it crosses the 25?
I don't.
Right here. So this is the worst amount because it's right there on the line, right there.
Yep.
So that's the encroached area. Getting right next, this is a crossing, the very first thing they installed.
Yep,
So there's a big ass culvert here. The wetland is what was the old brook.
gotcha, yep, yep. All right, I don't have any other questions.
When you discussed with the landowner to move the shed, did you talk about the fence?
I did.
And
I
what
brought
did-
it up.
And what was your advice?
I said they may make you move it, or remove that section. I just forewarned them, so,
I was thinking while you were getting the shed taken care of, it should have been done at the same time.
okay.
I hesitate to assign importance to resource area. Like
No,
say,
I
one is
get it.
more important than the other because. All right, I don't have any more questions.
Questions, Ryan? No. The only question I have is that the shed's gone, right?
Shed's gone,
All right, now,
disposed of.
Is there gonna be a fence that go in keep going, they're gonna stop there?
There wasn't any plans.
Is there gonna be a fence to go
indicate-
in the back? Because the shed is in the wetlands.
It was on the edge of the 25. So there was no indication to me that anyone's going to continue the fence where the shed was.
So the fence is gonna stop just where it is. Is that right?
We're selling the home, we're not moving the fence.
So it's not gonna be your problem.
Not gonna be my problem. I have additional pictures if people want to see them of the small area
No, I
that
don't
is
have any
crossing.
questions. Now, if we allow that, would that require a waiver?
That's gonna be my
See,
next
that's the problem.
issue.
If you're allowing it to exist in the 25, in the no disturb, which is where it is, right? It's in the no disturb?
Yeah.
So that's a waiver. So,
Al, you said about the importance of assigning a
important.
definition of importance of the resource area. What I'm remembering from the very beginning, there were at least 2, if not 3 crossings,
Yeah.
the brook crossings on this project, pre-construction. First things they had to do were the crossings. This is one of those crossings, so actually the fence is literally right next to the altered brook. So that's what, so I'm not necessarily assigning importance, other than recognize the context of what was already done out there.
So in your professional opinion as an engineer, would you rate that as a wildlife enhancement?
So we made them meet stream crossing standards. We made it wide enough and light, with enough light to allow critters to move through the culvert. I believe the fence where it is channels those critters into the brook as opposed to across the street and getting squished.
So in order to make it qualify or make it a candidate for a waiver, that should be articulated along with that there should be some type of a posting there at that location, identifying it as an important wildlife crossing.
Like a
We
di-
should do more
one of
with
our
it.
discs.
We should do more with it than just say, yeah, no problem, you can leave the fence there, because that's arbitrary.
Yeah.
But if we use it for what it is, then we're doing the right thing, I think.
And I don't disagree. You know, if I'm leaning towards leaving the fence there, I think that some sort of notice to the public of why it's important and that it is a resource area behind it.
So whoever offers the motion for the waiver should include that as part of the information.
Or just remove that section of fence.
You might not have to.
And call
if
it a
it's
day.
If
If
it's a
anybody
mean-
wants to rebut what I just
If
said,
it-
I can offer that motion for the waiver.
I would
I just
second
have-
the motion for discussion.
Okay, so I double-checked the order. It did not require any wetland markers at that time.
Okay?
Correct.
So that's
But
why I
because
was-
of the encroachment, I think that's
No,
an
I get it.
enhancement.
No, I know.
Yeah, so
I mean,
that's-
I was looking for them, and I said, well, maybe the order didn't require it because it was so old, and
I don't even think we had them back
they
then.
probably didn't.
We didn't. In
Yeah.
'93, we didn't
Yeah.
have any type of monumentation
Yeah.
that we offered the homeowners. In fact, on this road, we were busy moving houses. We didn't have time for monumentation.
Okay. So I'm going to offer a motion on the waiver only, in that I propose that we grant a waiver, and based on the fact that the fence assists in channelizing the wildlife, the channeling of the migration of wildlife into the brook and confining it to the brook and into the culvert, and that a wetland marker be installed on that last post of the fence, and the second post in designating that that area beyond it is a resource area.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
You say-
You're opposed. Sean's opposed?
Okay,
One no vote.
okay.
That was on discussion, you said? You want, on your second, or?
Aye.
You said you'd second on discussion.
And the discussion was had,
Okay.
and then you offered a motion. In furtherance of your discussion, I believe we've moved it.
Okay.
Now we need a motion on the partial COC.
I-
Can I just say one thing real quick on the COC? It should probably be an ongoing condition that the signage be maintained in perpetuity and that that fence doesn't go any further, so that it's very clear in the order when it's recorded on the deed.
So conditions of certificate of compliance can be listed out.
Yeah, you can
and
do.
that gets
you can
recorded.
do
That's how,
ongoing
that's what we move.
conditions. Yep.
Okay.
We're just looking forward here.
So, 2 markers, you said?
First post,
For-
the second post in.
Okay.
That's it.
Are wetland markers or
Oh,
a different
wetland marker.
type of?
No, wetland marker.
No, our monumentation's fine.
Okay, all right.
And that's an easy fix.
Okay.
The fence doesn't have to go anywhere.
So
right, so
markers
we got
on
a
last
motion?
two posts.
I think we just,
The PCOC.
That was on the waiver. Now we have the request of.
The PLC.
so I'll move it.
Partial.
I'll move the partial,
With
With the conditions.
Ryan's condition.
as amended.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? That's unanimous.
All righty. So they issued a partial. They're requiring monumentation. You can buy the markers at my office, and we can get them installed, and then I'll give you the paper.
All right, we'll be in touch. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thanks.
Thank you. Next one is a partial COC, 242-634, 101 Colonial Ave.
All righty. So this is the same subdivision, just a few houses down. You know, order in 1993 for a 29 lot subdivision. For the most part, this property is in compliance aside from an AC chiller unit pad that was installed within the 50, but it's right up against the back of the house. So I'll pull up the pic. So right here. So the engineer pointed out in his letter, so. And this has the retaining wall at the edge where there's a drop off where the wetland goes. So. homeowners here this evening.
Amy, you said he wants to do geothermal wells and stuff. That would be a separate filing, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And so it would be in this picture here, up here, on top of the slope is where the wells would be going. And then they'd have to trench down around the corner here to connect for electrical connection.
So the wells are gonna be in the front of the house and they're gonna,
Well, on the side.
to the side, like side back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then trenching around the corner. I have,
That's
I
right
don't know
there.
if anyone, I mean, I'm sure you guys have watched wells being dug, and they have to go down pretty deep. And there is slurry, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so,
What's the anticipated depth of the wells?
do you have any idea?
Approximately.
Go ahead, yes.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to the commission. Really appreciate the work that you do. My name is Kunal Bhatia, and this is my father, Naresh Bhatia. We've been residents of North Andover for the last 26 years. Yeah, we became aware of the COC not being issued for our house when we started this process of trying to become as carbon neutral as possible. We intend to put solar and geothermal to reduce our carbon footprint for our house. And basically, those are the two main projects that we're trying to accomplish, I guess, in order to even kick off the process for this. That's why we're seeking the COC from you. We anticipate that the company that we're working with for geothermal will be submitting a separate packet for all the details regarding geothermal. We have also a contact for the permitting team that is going to explain all of the precautions that they will be doing as they dig these trenches. We're going to file an initial small permit with you to propose what sort of precautions that they take. And they said that given state and town regulations, they would be working with you in that future process to make sure that we are preserving the wetlands and not causing any harm. So that is sort of the next process that they anticipate starting with you.
Okay, thank you. Because it's my opinion, unless I'm being, overruled, I think it's gonna be an NOI.
I'm sorry, what's
It's
an
gonna be,
NOI?
it's called a notice of intent. That's what they're gonna have to file.
Okay.
And then with Amy, and then it'll show all the stuff that you have to do beforehand to come before us. Then we'll issue an order for conditions, and then you can move forward. So you
Right,
just-
and so is this tying the COC
No.
to this?
No,
Oh, okay,
You're gonna
okay.
get your POC.
You hit the nail on the head. You can't apply for the other process until this is closed out.
Right.
Which is why we're here tonight.
Okay,
We'll talk, thank you for the information, tell us something else is coming, but we're really only talking about the compliance issue.
correct.
But that, you're gonna have to file at some point, when this is all settled, you're gonna have to, or your contractor, or your engineer, you're gonna have to file a notice of intent.
Yes,
And Amy at the office can help you through that.
fantastic, thank you
Right.
for explaining.
But the good thing is that you have an as-built plan, which is half the battle in terms of getting a plan together for the next project. So it was money well spent to get that in place to help you for the next step.
Well, Again, just like the statement made in the other, wait my turn, but the resource area here is what
Well,
was
that's
flagged
true.
back in the day.
That's
So they have
correct.
to reflag.
That's
They would have to
correct.
reflag and resurvey, because it has changed.
Yep.
But at least that's the minor part, 'cause with the
Yeah, they
rest of the
just
survey
pick
being
up
done.
those flags and then,
Brian, any questions?
I guess one of the comments is I think in the past we've allowed AC chillers in this similar situation where the electric is right there, as long as it's right up against the house and there's no other location for it, without additional mitigation, if I recall correctly. I'm personally okay with it, especially given the offsets that are gonna happen on the property in the future.
Al?
I'm actually interested, due to the fact that you're converting to geothermal, I expect that you'll be getting both heating and cooling from your geothermal system.
Yes.
It
Probably
may,
gonna go away.
it may make your air conditioner chiller pad irrelevant and no need for a waiver. That's what I'm thinking. My understanding of geothermal heating and cooling is it's got its own heat pump, cooling pump system based on the depth you go to achieve the temperatures. As part of your carbon neutral efforts, that pad, that AC chiller could go away.
It could theoretically, but I guess I was trying to make sure that we get this step complete
Yeah.
so we can apply for the next step.
No, I understand, and I think, I'm just trying to think out loud if there's a way to help you do both. I'm trying to help you.
Okay.
I want to see you get your permit, I want to see you get your geothermal, and I'd like to see the chiller go, or move, because it requires a waiver. And
Okay.
and part of the waiver process is, there has to be no viable or feasible alternative. It's possible that there may be an alternative. I haven't studied the site yet, but it's possible. So I'm just putting it out there for discussion right now to try to, can we accomplish both missions without causing the homeowner any delay on his process?
Well, would it be possible to condition the removal of that pad
As part of an NOI.
for the geothermal?
In other words, allow him to file the NOI for the geothermal work. Allow him to go ahead and submit his application and make a pre-construction condition.
Yep.
In your own mind, you have to be comfortable with the fact that it's a possibility. Geothermal is not viable. The AC stays where it is forever. And if that's the case, we should probably
And-
act on the waiver
Act on the
for
waiver.
what it is on face value and not
Okay.
worry about what might happen in the future.
Okay. I'm just trying to
yeah, I understand.
accomplish as much as possible, but I'm not gonna do anything to screw up the filing, so,
Okay?
all set.
I mean, if it needs a waiver, I don't have a problem with the waiver.
And that's where I'm gonna go. On face value, if you look at, the backyard's got a retaining wall that's 6 to 7 feet high. So above that is all approved lawn, a manicured lawn.
Yep.
You do have two wing walls off the back of the house itself, which one of those wing walls has the AC unit right up
Right
against
up
it.
against it.
So the reality is it's no more intrusive than what the backyard would have been. So I think for all in practical reasons, I think a waiver is grantable, regardless of what happens with the solar in the geothermal. However, when geothermal comes in, we have very, very long memories. When that application comes in, that discussion about the viability of removing the AC can come up then.
Well, I mean, the geothermal is so much more efficient than current electrical. It would make the most sense if you can do
If it
it.
does move forward, we can simply,
Yeah,
as part of that, say the AC pad comes out.
I'm good.
So I think, I'm leaning towards granting the waiver because of all the things I stated.
Okay.
6 to 7 foot separation to the resource area with a physical boundary retaining wall, manicured lawn for most of that 50 feet, most of that 25 feet. And the two wing walls protect, extending even further beyond the AC unit. Those are all reasons I would consider a waiver.
John?
I do not have any questions.
Motion for the waiver.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, now, motion for the COC, partial.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. You're all set.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Next one is a modification on 242-634, request to continue till May 24th.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous. Small project, 305, 122 Orchard Ave. Aye.
Alrighty. So this small project comes under a category I, and it's for the filling in and loaming and seeding of the footprint of an in-ground swimming pool. The surrounding concrete patio will be retained. So the commission is familiar with Autrine Ave. It has an intermittent stream at the back of some of the houses on the south side of the road. The stream is piped at the southern end of the property. So you'll see my blue line, which is the open channel, and then the culvert daylight is right there with the yellow line, which is the horizontal, or the buffer zone, which is perpendicular to the open face of the culvert. So that puts the entirety of the pool outside the buffer zone. So the only work in the buffer is access from the driveway. They're going to remove a section of fence, and then access through and do the work on the pool, keep the patio the way it is, and then, back out on that side. So the entirety of that rear yard is enclosed by a vinyl fence to the ground. And that's pretty much it. I think the owner's here. Okay. Owner's here if you have any questions for her.
I don't.
So access is coming down the driveway, which is to the right of your house, into the backyard, across the area to the pool. And that access is only for any demolition of the superstructure that may be there, the coping and whatnot, and then bringing earth in and compacting it. Because you're backfilling the pool, correct? Filling it in? You can't hear me?
No.
Do you need, I got it.
No, come closer to the...
Come close to the the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
You lack volume.
I have never been accused of lacking volume, but I apologize. I'll start over. So your access is coming down the driveway to the right of your house into the backyard, and that access is for dismantling the pool and filling it in with earth
Yes,
and compacting it.
yes, the
Okay.
landscaper is going to do this, so whatever we're doing is to improve the environment.
Okay, so there's no material being stockpiled that's coming in and going in the hole and compacted right away?
What's raw material?
The
Soil.
soil material coming in?
Yes,
Okay, and what I'm confused on is, once that's all filled in, are you going to simply plant grass seed in there?
well, part of it, I need to plant my fruits and
Okay.
vegetables, and the rest is gonna be green grass.
And, okay, and leaving the patio that's around the rest of it, leaving it in place?
Yes, everything left,
Okay.
like the cement around the
concrete.
house, it's left. I just wanna make extra room for the grandchildren to play.
Okay, so my question to Amy is,
Yeah.
understanding the process, is the fence itself sufficient to prevent erosion control, or is she gonna need some erosion controls around the edge of the fence to prevent migration? I know it's very flat out there.
Yeah, I would just worry about the closest point to the culvert opening. So maybe putting like an 8-inch mulch-filled sock at the base of the vinyl fence at that corner. That's really the only thing I would worry about.
And really, once everything.
Yeah.
And once everything gets stabilized, the
Right,
the
it'll
threat
be
goes away.
inside.
The threat
It'll-
goes away.
Yeah.
The landscaper is planning to put the pads to use
Sod? Is that what you're talking
the
about?
pads to put,
Oh, yeah, pads to drive over.
Yes.
Got it, yes. So protecting the grass from getting totally torn up between the driveway and the work area.
Yeah, I mean, the physical boundary of a fence right up against the resource area kind of makes me wonder about the small project, but if that's what we're talking about, I think it is a small project, so long as we have sufficient erosion control.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Sean?
No questions.
I move that we granted a small project under category I,
Second.
and that we approve the category I project as a small project to allow the work to move forward with the conditions recommended by Amy and the installation of erosion controls along the fence perimeter where appropriate.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Amy,
All right.
you have pre-construction on this one, right?
Yeah, that was the
Yes, I do.
yeah.
Yes. So I'll provide you with the permit with conditions. It'll require erosion control installation and a meeting with me and your contractor before work starts. So I'll get the permit out to you, if not the end of this week, early next. Okay? All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, yep.
Okay.
Oh, you're stealing
Next
that
one.
thing. Okay.
Mill Pond, 122 Mill Pond, RDA.
Oh, that's right. Okay, you want that. Okay. Okay. He wants to project from his own computer. There you go.
You all set?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you guys want me to give you a quick
Just as
rundown?
usual,
Or
you give the rundown,
I'll give a rundown.
and then we'll ask the questions, and then we'll go to him.
Alrighty, okay. So this project is occurring in the section of the Mill Pond condo complex where there's two large tennis courts. And so the property went through a an A&R process with the planning board to split it into two lots. What they're going to do is demolish the existing tennis courts, the gravel driveway, the raised garden beds, and construct two new two-family townhomes with associated appurtenances. The wetland resource consists of BVW located across Stevens Street, and that projects the 100-foot buffer zone onto the site. The 25 is in the road, and the 50, there's a sliver of the 50 on the very outer edge of the site. A construction entrance and stockpile area are both outside the buffer zone, and perimeter erosion controls are proposed and shown on the plan. The stormwater report indicates the post-construction reduction of impervious surface by 6,500 square feet and overall reduction of peak flows for the 2, 10, and 100-year events. A rain garden outside the buffer is proposed between the units and will take the first 1 inch of roof runoff. The ZBA had a hearing last night for a special permit to construct multifamily housing, and I'm not sure how did that go. They got approved for that. So, the site plan is fairly comprehensive. I emphasized that. And I guess if you guys have any questions for the applicant?
Well, I think it's overall a good project in terms of, stormwater and reduction in impervious surface. It's great, actually, in terms of reducing that in the 100-foot buffer zone. So I'm in favor of that. The one question I have is where you're going to be removing the driveway and the off-site garden area to return to a natural state. What's the actual?
The garden area that's behind the tennis courts?
Yeah, to the north.
That is shown on the site plan to be replaced with a garden area close to the mailroom and maintenance building to the left side, if you can, I think it shows on the site plan. You see a T-shaped or an inverted T-shaped garden area that will be on the front left corner of lot number 1 of the 2.
So the garden, the off-site garden is gonna be removed, is that right? That's what, so it says, remove small portion of off-site garden area and restore to natural state.
Oh, there's a tiny triangle with
Yeah.
a garden that's off this property.
Right,
I'm
so-
sure inadvertently over 50 years.
Yeah.
So that'll be returned to its natural state, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Just, so that is actually just outside the 100-foot buffer zone, but there's a portion of the driveway that also has the same comment, it's gonna be removed, so
Yeah.
I'm just curious what's the natural state that it's gonna be returned to?
Well, I would just be loam and seed.
Okay,
Loam and seed.
like a native seed mix as opposed to a
Yeah,
lawn?
conservation mix.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I'm asking.
Yep, okay,
All right,
yeah.
Gotcha. No other questions?
Tom, Hawaii.
Good, Al.
Good to see you.
You too.
No waivers are asked for in this, are they? Are you asking for any waivers?
No, no.
And your pre-construction runoff and your post-construction runoff, you're proposing a reduction.
That's right, yes. The entire site pretty much now is impervious, as you know, and we're returning most of the buffer zone to a natural state again. So that's where the difference is.
Very good. Thank you. I have no other questions.
I have a question. Is there any street drainage on Parkway Road at all?
There is some street drainage there. I know that in talking with John Bojasi in DPW when we had our technical review meeting convened months ago, that the town does have plans to do some revisions to the drainage in that intersection area and closer to Stevens Pond. So they know that they have some challenges down there that they actually already have. They may have appeared before the commission, I don't know, but that they have plans to revise that drainage there.
The reason why I ask is I'm not a big fan of rain gardens
Okay.
because they don't get maintained. So therefore, they're useless.
Yeah, yeah,
So if there was drainage, I'm an old-fashioned pipe guy, so.
yeah, yeah. Are you thinking that maybe it should be tied into the street drainage there?
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly, don't have a problem doing that. I mean, you should see some of the rain gardens. Most of my customers are really good about taking care of. I could show you some really nice ones, but that's another issue, but.
No, I wouldn't hold up the project because I'm just very apprehensive about rain gardens.
Yeah, well, what we were trying to do, obviously, Lou, was I guess, facilitate what the town's trying to do and not exacerbate. We're trying to do a good thing. We're trying to make it easier for them to control the issues that they already have. So that was an extra item. Even if we eliminated that, we still would not have, an increase in runoff if we eliminated that entirely. So, again, we did it for the right reason, intending to try to help.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Joe?
So I'm going to take this from engineering to practicality to reality.
Yeah.
Usually it's the opposite order that I talk about it. In reality, you are in fact reducing impervious area. It's always a good thing. The engineering aspect of it is the rain gardens do work, and it's just a matter of how the town requires the annual reporting, which has been required under NIPD's for any type of BMP. It's been required for the past 10 years. I don't think we require it through the planning board process or our process. I'm not sure who gets the annual reports, but they're supposed to be inspected and maintained annually and a report issued annually. Something comes before us, we require it through an O&M plan. I don't know what the planning board requires. So the rain garden will work so long as they do it every single year, and it works fine. So long as, this is the engineering piece of it, so long as the groundwater conditions permit it. In Hockaway, it's a pretty elevated groundwater condition. The reality is, I don't know, but there's been I don't believe there's been any subsurface exploration done. If there is, haven't shared it. So we don't know if you're gonna dig a rain garden, it's gonna be in standing water. We don't know that. But still, it all boils down to you're reducing impervious area. So all of that other stuff of functionality aside, you have less impervious area, less of an impact. So we would look for all those things for a BMP from an engineering perspective and to make sure they're done year to year to year. But all you're doing is the best you can, seat of your pants, with no real supporting documents of whether that functions or not. There is no street drainage from what I know, and at some point, as the town does whatever it might do in Harkaway, when or ever, they would look at all sources of how water flows, and they would probably allow an outlet in the street, not tie into your rain garden.
Right.
But in the event that your rain garden overtops, it would have an outlet for it to get into the street drainage. So I'm gonna say all of that is based on reduction. I have no problem.
Okay.
But we should know more about the practicality of, just how deep the groundwater is, and is this rain garden just a feature that is a feel-good feature, or does it really work?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, it's an attempt to show intent and to show good faith and to make sure that we're not, if there is an error in a calculation, if that could ever happen, we're going overboard to try to facilitate the situation.
All set?
John?
Hey, Tom, no question?
Right, okay.
I just have one more question. These are going to be put on slab, right?
That's right. In fact, this excavation is going to be very shallow. Again, I think everybody knows the groundwater is probably high there. We're doing more and more homes on slabs, so this is going to be a very shallow excavation, just enough for frost protection, and then it'll be a concrete slab above the existing grade. So there won't be any displacement of anything either under the surface.
Like I said, and you said right ahead, that area is wet.
Yeah,
Across the street, we don't have to talk about across the street, we already know that.
yeah.
Is there any dewatering plan just in case? Is the water table that high?
Well, the grade, I think, I don't know if we have the grade, the topo.
115.50.
115 at the street. We're going to be excavating probably about 30 inches only. That isn't even going to be down to street grade at that level.
Because you don't think it needs it, you know the land. I mean, I do know the land, but I don't know the height of the water table.
Yeah.
So I would just be, and how deep you're going, I'd just be concerned of having dewatering on site.
I mean, certainly, I mean, I have no issue. I mean, when we put a shovel in the ground there, if there's a need, then we'll corral it in the stockpile area, and take care of it in that location.
Just to follow up on Lou's, sheet 6 is pretty well full, but sheet 7, your other details,
Yeah.
you've got 5 nice little boxes where you could pop in a dewatering detail. Put it in, should you need it, it's
Okay.
there,
Yeah.
it becomes part of our approval.
Okay, that's fine.
Part of my thing was, if there's a question of dewatering, I'm not a big fan of having the stuff there, that you hit water, now you gotta scramble around to make the dewatering pit.
Yeah,
I would like to see the dewatering pit made,
yeah,
so you can just pipe to it and go at it,
okay, all done.
all right? That's,
That makes sense,
Right.
yeah.
there's no sense in getting the fire truck after the fire's out.
I agree with you, although we don't want any more emergencies than we have to.
No. All right, so we need a,
Question.
yes,
Tom, this IDA that's in front of us, this is the total package for not only the destruction of the courts, but the construction of new homes?
Yes.
So
yeah.
everything is intended to go on an IDA?
Yes, that's correct.
3 conditions?
That's why I'm saying, put
Well,
all these things on the plans
that's-
now.
How do we
Keep the
regulate-
conditions minimal.
I mean-
If they're on the plans, it's part of the submission.
Right.
And we don't have to say,
We're the ones
add a
making a
dewatering
mistake
plan.
here. If we're gonna condition a project in construction of two buildings with stormwater and everything that's going, that's,
Well, it's only a small corner of one building that's actually in the buffer zone.
Yeah, Al, just for clarification, there's 4 square feet,
so it's just
which
this
is
area.
which is the size of a desk calendar.
I know,
Is
it's-
it within the 100-foot buffer.
Yeah.
It's 4 square feet. It's,
I stand corrected on the buffer zone.
So it's removal of tennis courts and low mean seating that footprint, basically in the buffer. That's
No, I
the
was-
main
The line I
physical
was looking
work.
at, I thought we were between the 50 and the 100. I didn't realize we were at the.
No,
So our rule of thumb is typically it's going to be 3 conditions. So
Yeah.
pre-construction, post- there's going to be minimal things we can condition.
yeah.
If you get the stuff on the plans as part of the submission, it's already there, we don't have to condition it.
Yeah.
That's why I was driving at that
And that's why we did, with the RDA, I think a little bit more documentation than you would typically require.
Yep.
Because we figured you'd be asking for some of those things.
so with that additional dewatering spec, should the plans be revised to show where the dewatering will be set up, and we get that revised plan set before we close?
I mean, that would be the perfect way to do it, but I would also not have I would not personally have an issue with it being a pre-construction, that those updated plans be done before scheduling pre-construction meeting. But if he's not in a rush, I'd wait for 2 weeks and get the revised plan and close it next meeting, I should say.
Well, that would be
Either
it would
way,
be
yeah.
an additional condition to require plan set that's revised. That's all I'm saying.
Let me
That's
ask
all
you
I'm
this.
saying.
Are
I'm
we
just
gonna
trying to,
Are we gonna ask for as-bills?
Yes.
no,
Not usually on an RDA.
I get it, but what I'm saying is, if we ask for an as-built, then that would solve the whole problem. Then you'd have everything where you want it, you'd know where everything is. So if there are any changes in the field or modifications made during the process, you'd have a permanent record that's just a suggestion.
But Amy hit the nail on the head. If we're trying to avoid conditioning submitting a plan just took away that whole thing.
I know.
Can you wait 2 weeks for us to act on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, obviously, I'd prefer not to, like most folks.
You
I
don't
mean,
even need to come, as long as you give us everything we need.
So is the only outstanding issue the location of the stockpile area? Is that what we're
So
talking
the
about?
dewatering location.
Dewatering area?
Where it is,
I mean,
and then.
What if we just condition that it go in the stockpile area, like you said, and then that is the location for it? And then if they had to change that, they could come back.
Yeah, I would prefer if we can do that. That would.
That's just an option.
Yeah.
That would close it tonight.
Tell him what we want.
Okay, whatever. I mean, this was rolling the dice no matter what.
You're gonna need to stockpile area even while you're dewatering. Here's the thought, you're gonna be taking, extra material out, hauling it away. You're gonna need some that you're gonna stockpile for backfill. You're down in the wet. You're gonna bring your stone and put the stone, and you're gonna be dewatering all the while until your footings are in and your foundation's in, then you backpile. So I think you need both stockpile and dewatering simultaneously. You can't use them in the same footprint.
So what's the best way to handle it?
Continue for 2 weeks, get the dewatering shown on the plan. There's plenty of space where it can happen. Show it on the plan.
Everything right here.
Exactly. Show it on the plan, give us the detail, and then we don't have to condition it, and the whole darn thing closes next meeting as an RDA.
Is there a preferred location, Joe, that you think that dewatering should be shown? And, I mean, just so I,
Say right in here,
is that right?
the area, the big area to the right
Yep, okay.
of the houses.
Yep.
Facing the houses.
Yep,
to the right.
okay.
I would say get the
Oh,
water.
yeah,
and
just
your-
outside the buffer, outside the buffer.
Right there.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And your stockpile for, material, you got plenty
That's
quite a room
shown.
right there.
Yeah,
That's shown,
Build both houses simultaneously.
stockpile area.
right,
So
yeah.
make sure the volume, make sure the footprint of the volume is big enough that, given your pumping rate, it
Yeah.
stays within there and filters through cleanly.
Yeah, when I say simultaneously, I mean actually in series, Joe, one right after the other. I mean, they're two foundations, so they won't both be open at the
You
same
won't
time.
get two foundations in at once and then
No,
frame it.
no,
All
we'll
right.
put one in, we'll
Leapfrog.
grade it off, dress it off, and then proceed to the other one,
So I only
a few
say that,
weeks
make
later.
sure your footprint for dewatering is big enough,
You're right.
filtered well enough, so the
Yeah.
water that bleeds through is in fact clean
Yep.
enough.
Yep, no problem.
All right. So move to continue.
I don't know if there's any, is there any public, this is a hearing,
Is
so,
there any abutters here for this project?
guess not.
No.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be, so I make a motion to continue.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you folks very much, and I will be in here in person, by the way, you know I wouldn't miss this, so. Thank you all.
Thank you, no worries.
good job.
No worries.
He did a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, next one is 40 Equestrian Drive.
Let's see here, Alrighty. All right, so this RDA comes for a 16 by 24 above-ground pool within existing lawn area. The pool at its closest point will be 63 feet from the wetland. The wetland was delineated by Mary Trudeau, and I found it to be accurate. The property is within natural heritage, so we are waiting to hear back from them, but the applicant still wanted some feedback in the meantime from you guys. I did spend about 15 to 20 minutes in each of the wetland areas to investigate for vernal pool function. I really couldn't find anything. I saw a bunch of, mosquito larvae, but I didn't even like caddisfly larvae or anything like that, no chorusing. So, and so basically, I had asked the contractor to provide some more detail on sort of equipment access route and sort of means and methods for getting the pool in. So they're going to flag out the four corners of the pool and sort of slice the midpoint so that they borrow from the upslope to grade the downslope and then bring in the sand for the water footprint. So it's sort of a borrowing. It's not import of fill, it's just import of the sand. And then the Bobcat will access the site, the work site, off of the driveway to the south side of the house and swing around. Bobcat's about 62 inches wide, and it's a one-day work effort to get that done. Erosion controls will be installed around the limit of work, and the pool will employ a cartridge filter system. So the pool contractor's here this evening, if you have any questions for him. I provided you guys with an as-built plan from when the house was built, just to provide more information, and that does have a COC.
Thank you. All right?
I think first, the plan, we need to see erosion controls, and is
Yeah.
this just a preliminary submittal? Will it be?
It can be, I mean, you're right, I was trying to get my measurements
Yeah.
on there, and,
So, yeah, the
Yep.
standard erosion control, access, things like that. I think we need that, as, on a plan for the record. Do we know what species,
I don't.
is of concern out there? Okay.
Not yet.
I'm gonna defer comment until we hear back from Natural Heritage. then.
Okay.
No questions right now.
So is the pool going right up against the house?
No, it's going close to the house, but not up against the house. There's a little retaining wall that comes in at the
Is
kind of the
Is the
side of the
pool
house.
that cross, the swale with the cross-section, Amy?
I'm sorry?
Is that pool with the cross-section, is that?
No, it's up, you gotta look at the color. We're not seeing it on a plan, I don't believe. I think we're only seeing it on the aerial photo.
Right. I can pull up some pictures, though.
No, they're showing where they're proposing it just by boxing it out.
So that's the wetland. All right, so
Okay.
this. So this is generally the area
Well,
of the pool.
then you got construction access through the driveway, but are they gonna get to the back of the house? Is there a shed there or
No.
a patio?
Let me,
There's space to the right of the driveway to get small space to get through. It's a small machine we have.
Okay. I'd like to see it on the plan. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
All right, so here's the driveway. And they'd be coming out through this way, right?
To the right of that,
To
to the
right
right
of
of the bushes.
No, it's looking down. It's looking down. It's looking up. Looking up. So,
Like where that
Far right.
play system is, almost through there.
do you have enough flat
It's a,
surface
it's a
there?
bit, it's a little
To get to the
confusing
back?
because
Yeah.
what you can see,
fine.
what you see in the pictures and what you see on the plan, is not, those structures aren't even there.
No, but you can see the terrain. I mean, if you will, you come down the driveway up near the garage, that shot right there. What we fortunately have is a relatively flat plateau and a steep embankment.
Right.
And even that embankment is, the toe of that embankment's 10 feet away from the 25-foot no disturb. So your temporary access is way
Yep.
outside the 25. And if you wanted to negotiate the slope, you're just crazy in a bobcat because you're going to roll it over in about 30
Yeah,
seconds.
and we're not bringing heavy
You're
equipment
coming
down.
right across along the edge there, so I think that's fine. But I think Ryan's point's like right on point is, given a 24-foot pool, and given, as my eye transfers where you show it in the photograph and we show it on the as-built plan to the house, if you're at 100 feet at best where the pool is gonna go, the reality is you're in that 75, 76. If it's a vernal pool, you got a different conversation. So until we know what that resource area is, I don't think we have anything else to talk about.
Right. Okay, so we have to continue anyways, wait for.
Wait for natural heritage.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Sean?
just to finish?
yep.
Yeah, so I don't recall us allowing an in-ground pool on an RDA before. Is this
It's
something?
above.
It's
above ground.
It's an above ground.
Okay.
I knew
You're right, I
that.
shouldn't even ask the question. Never mind.
I knew that.
We anticipated it.
You're not thinking about an in-ground pool, though, are you?
No, we're not. We
All
don't do
right.
in-ground pools. I've done
Well, my-
19,400 of this pool.
My job here is done then. No other questions?
No questions.
So, we'll need, coming back, we'll need additional information on erosion control, right? Was there something else?
Just showing access.
Access,
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see a detailed access, because originally what I thought, based on the plan, is different from the photo.
So what do we think natural heritage is gonna say? Because I think, I would hate to give any guidance, because if this is in fact priority habitat, there's a likelihood it might be a vernal pool. We either have them certify that it's not, or certify that it is. And until we
well,
know
that's
that,
true.
Doesn't matter what.
it doesn't matter where erosion controls are, if they got a 24-foot pool that's gonna be inside 75 feet to what it could be vernal pool habitat.
Right.
It's not gonna happen.
Right.
So why do anything else until we know what the resource area is?
I think the pool contractor was looking for a little guidance, because he knew it was going to be continued.
Well, I think Natural Heritage is gonna opine on the threatened species. And I don't know what it is yet. I mean, I don't know if they necessarily comment on vernal pools per se. It's really the threatened or endangered species.
Well, it would be the activities relative to the habitat of that species. So if
Right.
that is the habitat, then, they
Right.
could potentially comment on it. More than likely, they would add some conditions for construction of the pool or something like
So
that.
Right.
Natural Heritage will let us know if it's a vernal pool.
But
No, not necessarily.
Determination of a vernal pool
So-
is on us, not on natural heritage.
No, but we could ask for their wetland person to go back out and do a thorough dip net. I can't say that I did that,
Yeah.
but
I mean, you know what I'm saying, that assessment
Right.
has to be done by a scientist
Right.
with qualifications
So if you
in
felt
vernal
more
pools.
comfortable,
Yeah, if it's
Mary
an
Trudeau
obligate-
going back out there doing
Right,
that.
if it's an obligate vernal pool species, then obviously there's a vernal pool there, and it needs to be
Right.
evaluated. Yeah,
Right.
so we'll have to see what they come back with. Could be something else.
But again,
If they don't,
well, I
if they
mean-
don't want to wait, they could hire their own wetland
Right.
scientists, go out there and look at that habitat and determine whether, based on your confidence of what you think you've
Yeah.
already seen, go out and verify whether it's a vernal pool or not.
Right.
If it is, we have a different conversation. If it's not, this conversation continues right where we left off.
But I'm asking the hard question. I'm asking, is Natural Heritage qualified to assess a vernal pool?
Of
They're
course,
not- they're
oh,
not
they
gonna do that,
are,
but
but
they're not
gonna
gonna
do
that.
that.
They're not gonna do that.
They're just gonna talk about the.
They're gonna look at estimated priority
Priority
habitat
habitat.
of a threatened or endangered
Endangered
species, and
species.
they're gonna make a determination of take, no take, or potential for take. That's all they're gonna do.
Right.
So this
Which
should-
means you're still gonna have to hire
So
a
this,
wetland
this,
scientist.
that's where I'm getting at. Yeah,
Sometimes they do condition it, though. Sometimes they will say,
They- yeah.
no adverse effect as long
As
as
long as
these
A,
four
B, and C,
conditions
yeah.
are met. So,
Ma-
and then we could plug that into our conditions, and as long as then there's no take. But not, they don't always, but you're right, they don't always do that. Sometimes
And
it's,
what do they have? They only have a 30-day window?
They do,
Yep.
yeah.
So, and I don't even know when the
Can I
filing
chime in
was
on
made
one?
with
Yeah,
them.
go ahead.
So, Mary Trudeau did a pretty sophisticated report here, many pages, and she does mention that it's not a vernal pool. So on page 3 at the bottom, she's reviewed, and I did not find any certified or potential vernal pool locations.
so it could be something else.
Mary was out there in February.
Right.
That's not when you determine the vernal pool. The animals that live in vernal pools and migrate to and from vernal pools are not active in February. They don't become active till sometime in mid to late March.
I
So,
wish Jack was here to talk about confidence levels. You can certify a vernal pool year-round, and they do, but just different techniques used at different times of year. Spring and fall are the best time to do it, but
I mean, I get it, but I just don't think that's not a correct way to determine if it's a vernal pool or not.
We need to continue anyway. And if you want to move forward, it wouldn't hurt to have a wetland scientist come out and certify it as a vernal pool or not.
Well, I would, I mean, you can do that, but I would say it might, if you don't want to pay for that, it might be good just to wait for natural heritage. They could come back relatively quickly and say it's not a vernal pool species.
I'm only suggesting that
So
because
I-
we sort of will save it time.
But
Yeah.
just because it's not a vernal pool species doesn't mean that there aren't vernal pool species out there.
That's.
I mean, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could be Blanding's turtle, or, or whatever, some other,
Right,
or it could be a plant,
exactly, right.
we don't know,
So-
but
they still never tell us what
they do, actually.
they do nowadays?
They
'Cause
do.
For the longest time, they would never
They
tell
didn't.
you what they were concerned
Yeah,
with.
yeah,
So we need more information.
right, so,
So we need-
so are they rolling the dice by not having Mary go back out there and actually do a more, a seasonable, logical time to do a vernal pool assessment? Should we just tell them to go and do it?
I
And
would.
remove that question?
Because what you'll have is two equally qualified agencies make a stand on what the heck is out there. And Mary, having already visited the site, I think it's economical to come out and just give it a revisit this time of year. She'll know what it looks like from what it is that we're concerned with, because remember, we're not so much worried about setbacks from natural heritage
Heritage.
requirements or endangered species. We are to vernal pools and ephemeral pools.
Right.
So if she says it's not, that 75-foot goes away.
Right, so that's vernal pool habitat.
And
From a
even if-
certified vernal pool that natural heritage does.
Exactly, and if
Yeah.
natural heritage is concerned that there's an area that's Blanding turtle habitat, and this is an upland area where they, in fact, move to, then they're gonna say it's in a different way, but we'll also be able to take all that information at the next, I say by the next meeting.
Right.
Because if they filed with us, at the same time file with natural heritage, the 30-day clock is about to run out probably by the next meeting. We should have all the information next meeting.
Hopefully, yeah.
I think we wait. And they could bring if they wish to, bring their scientists in now, go
Right.
preemptively
I
do
don't
it.
think we should advise them to do that,
If
but
they
it is
want
an
to,
option if you want
if they
to.
want
Of
to.
course, you could always do that, but that's my take, I agree.
I think it's worth it.
All right, so we need a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous. Thank you.
So it's up to you guys if you want to have Mary go back out there. I personally think it's a good idea, but that's just my personal opinion.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is 242-1867, 479 Lacey Street, Windrush Farm, sorry.
Good evening. Do you want me to get started, or would you like to?
Sure, I just have to reboot and pull this back up, so
All
you
right.
can- you can introduce yourself.
Sure. It's Mary Rimmer from Rimmer Environmental Consulting, representing Windrush Farm. And with me is Thad Berry from ASB Design, who is the project engineer. We have filed a notice of intent for drainage improvements in the barnyard area of the property. We do have a DEP file number. There were no comments. We have a natural heritage letter, and they have no comments or concerns. Thanks, Amy. This is
Yeah, I just
helpful.
wanna give this-
Sure, to just get oriented. So this project, well, let me just orient you first. So there's a fire pond on the east side of this image that we were here in 2014 to install a dry hydrant in that pond because that serves the Boxford, town of Boxford section of Lacey Street, or I think it becomes Brookview at that point in Boxford. So that is being maintained as a fire pond. So wetlands were delineated at that time and were redelineated. Amy and I had a chance to take a look at the delineation and concurred that it is accurate. It's a pretty straightforward boundary right along the edge of the bank of the pond. And there is some BVW that extends a little bit out into the pasture area. This is an area that occasionally is used for grazing of horses, but is typically not. And then moving up the slope, we have a series of paddocks, the big barn, a little barn, even though the little barn looks like it's bigger than the big barn because it has equipment storage within it, and then some paddocks to the south of that, and the existing residence, which is it's actually a two-family residence. So this project came about as a result of a generous gift from an anonymous donor who wanted to fund, in addition to the big barn, to create 5 additional stalls because the program requires additional horses. Some of the horses that are donated to Windrush, they commit to for life, and so as the horses age out, they need places to keep them. And there's also a proposed construction in a year or two for an addition off the east side of the big barn, and that is for a classroom. Right now, the classroom areas are across the street and in the same building as the offices, and it's not really a tenable situation. So you can see that there's a fair amount of, there's some construction addition to the area around the big barn and some improvements to pathways. But before all that work could be done, it made sense to address an existing drainage problem. And so all the work on the barns is outside of the buffer zone. You can see the buffer zone is just along the pond there. That's the only buffer zone on this side of the property. And so it's well away from there. But there is drainage that flows from sort of behind the little barn towards the pond and across this paved courtyard area between the two barns, down Candy's Lane, and Candy's Lane, yes, exactly. And so that causes some flooding, not only in the big barn basement, but also causes icing conditions along this sloped Candy's Lane, which creates a hazard for the students, the horses, everyone that's using it. So there's never any, because this is an old property, there was never any proper stormwater management of the property. This is an opportunity to address that, collect in areas that are ponding and creating flooding concerns, and collect it through a series of catch basins and discharge it downslope, which is towards the fire pond. And so you'll see from our plans that just the rain garden, I know we've had some discussions about rain gardens earlier tonight, but the rain garden and the discharge to the fire pond are the only work that's within the 100-foot buffer zone. But we took we provided a really comprehensive notice of intent, I think, to look at all of the stormwater on the site and where it discharges, and in order to, and rather than complying with just the redevelopment standards of the DEP stormwater regulations, the project complies fully with the new development standards. So there's an opportunity to collect the runoff and infiltrate the runoff, improve both water quality and stormwater management throughout the site. So that's the big picture, and if you'd like, we can go through the details of the stormwater management design.
Let's see if we have any questions. Any questions? Yeah.
Just a couple comments. I think this is a really great project, and to have the foresight to include both of the phases in your stormwater calculations and design is not something that we always see.
Right.
I've seen much larger projects do a lot less with their stormwater treatment, so this is great in my opinion. And in terms of the 25-foot no disturb zone, the rain garden, to me is an improvement. I agree that it's returning something that's currently being grazed back to a naturalized condition. It seems like a win-win to me. That's all I have.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very comprehensive and very approvable. I have no questions.
Awesome.
And Mary, I'm not against rain gardens.
But you are.
No, well, no,
Yes, she is.
I'm against rain gardens when
That
they're
aren't
not
maintained. Yes.
Because what happens when a subdivision is built and the contractor's gone and it gets turned over by the town, they don't have the manpower or the capabilities to maintain them. So
Exactly.
they don't get done. But now here, this is a private property, and as you've done over the years, it's fantastically maintained, and so I'm not worried about the rain garden.
Excellent.
So, and all of a sudden, everybody hates me because of rain garden.
No, I guess it depends on whose it is.
Try to remember what you said 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's, I'm not,
Well, we can roll the tape. Yeah, I know. I said, I'm not a big fan of rain gardens. I'm all set. Thank you, Mary. Very good project, very good design.
and I agree with all my colleagues, except that from an engineering perspective, I think I need a little more meat supporting the velocities and the volume of water that will eventually get to the rain garden. Is it properly sized? Are there sediment forebays? Are there other lines of protection before you get there to ensure that the performance of that is as intended? Because what I'm looking at is some significant 450 linear feet of 12-inch ADS pipe originating up near, it's all unpaved area. It's all, just, riding trails and paths and whatnot, driveways. Nothing's paved, but nonetheless, it's compacted. So you get some potential for runoff getting into the system more than maybe what's intended.
Right.
And more than just simply drying out the areas that are wet. And I think that I'm also seeing connections of these pipe systems up to roof leaders, to the bigger barn in the future. Maybe we'll talk about those when that project comes forward. Maybe that project's never going to get to us.
Yeah. It won't, so
But
this is the
since
time.
you're hydraulically connecting it and discharging it to a point source within the resource area, it is part of this project.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That's
So-
why we're providing that
So
level
if
of
I'm looking
detail.
at impervious roof area, and I'm looking at roof leaders coming from them, and I'm looking various catch basin areas collecting to it, and I'm looking with no analysis, the comparative size of a rain garden and the comparative size of an outfall to the actual resource area of the fire pond, I'm seeing no mitigation.
Yeah. So. I
So
think-
that's what I'm concerned with.
Okay, so I'm going to turn those questions over to Thad, because he's.
And I haven't
more-
seen Thad since freshman year in college, and we don't even want to remember how long ago that was.
So- and-
The project, as designed, was designed as though Phase 2 was going to be part of the project. So we designed the project in terms of impervious surface pre and post in the worst-case scenario, so that the BMP that we're designing as a rain garden would not have to be touched if Phase 2 takes place. But I will say that my conversations are that Phase 2 is not going to occur at least for 2 years, probably longer, just due to the fact that they have to raise the funds for that. The BMP that we've designed has a sediment forebay designed in order to meet the impervious surface runoff and for treatment. And then that sedimentation trap then allows that velocity to be dissipated, and then it's going to be dispersed over that, what I would call a very large, long weir into the rain garden. And keep in mind that the rain garden, at the bottom of it, is going to be a stone infiltration surface. And when we did the test pit in that area, we were able to get down about 9 feet until the sand started to cave in, and it was sand that you can't buy.
Just live sand.
It's probably pool sand. It's in its natural state. So the material down there for the BMP is perfect for the type of rain garden that we're proposing, because the plants that we're proposing will be able to survive in wet conditions and extremely dry conditions, which we're going to basically have here in the summer months. So the piping system that you're looking at, we are picking up the roof runoff, and that's part of the hydrology design. It's been sized in order to accommodate that for both Phase 1 and Phase 2. And keep in mind that we're doing that in order to improve a problem on the big barn, because they're having water infiltration into the basement. In the little barn, what's happening is that area between I call it the big barn and the little barn, that area ponds and freezes in the winter, and makes it very untenable for the horses and the workers to move back and forth between the barns. And ultimately, we want to correct that, because also there's an outdoor learning center there that we want to make more user-friendly during the rest of the year. Everything else that we're doing is basically improving existing conditions with improving the trails in order to get the horses from the barns to the paddocks. And when you look at the 5-stall barn addition, there's another paddocks that we're putting out there that's really, I don't quite understand how it works, but it's a hospital paddock for sick horses. So the whole part of this project is to try to improve the working conditions for the employees and also the horses. And keep in mind, when you look at Phase 2, we're basically going to be tearing up Candy's Lane and putting in a straighter road, as you can see, going right up to the new addition. So a lot of that pavement that you're seeing there on Candy's Lane is going to be removed, and a new road brought right up to where the new addition is, because that's where the new handicap access is going to be providing to the handicap bathroom and the handicap meeting room. So all of this is, in the future, getting ready for a very comprehensive addition that's really going to improve how they service their clients, which are obviously, handicapped individuals. So it's a great project for Windrush Farms. It's a very great project for them.
Thank you. Sean, do you have any questions?
And I want to follow up what Thad just said. So you sized your drainage system to handle what is there now and potentially what might get built out for Phase 2. And you're running at 475-ish feet, just shy of 475, down to the BMPs, down near the resource area and near the pond. What I count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 roof gutters tying in for barns of various sizes tying into the system. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 catch basins tying into the system, and I don't believe we have a drainage calculation, and I don't believe it's gone out for third-party review. We would never allow this to happen under any other circumstance. Because it's all discharging within resource area, it makes it jurisdictional. Everything that collects down into it, this needs stormwater now. Comprehensive, not a, it's a better improvement. We need an actual calculation. We need to verify it, need to send it out for review.
We did a comprehensive drainage study for this.
Did it get submitted to us?
Yeah, it was in the emails. I just didn't print it out. 'cause it was
Okay,
so
yeah, I haven't seen it, but it hasn't been reviewed. We haven't
No.
sent it out, so I move that we send the stormwater out for third-party review and that the applicant post
May I comment? Before you make that motion? Thank you.
hasn't been seconded, so it hasn't been.
Good, thanks. I'm in under the wire. So Thad and I are providing our services pro bono. There are no funds for a third-party review for this project. So if there's a way that you can do your review in-house, or if that you and Thad can have an offline discussion.
So
about-
here's what
because-
I would propose, is
Yep.
I don't see any peak attenuation. I see grain garden, which appears to be small, it's gray sand, maybe it's terrific. What I don't see is detention, I don't see any way to minimize pre and post, I don't even see a basis of pre and post runoff.
It's in the
Keep it out,
calculations.
keep your BMP out of the resource area, keep it outside the 100-foot. This discussion goes today.
So I have the table here for pre and post.
And again, I don't mean to sound harsh, but the reality, this is an awful lot of drainage work.
And it's all going to the same location now, it's just not treated, it's not captured at all. So it's all going there now.
Both drainage study that shows it being decreased to peak flows. In post.
Yep.
You increase or decrease?
Decreased.
Decrease?
They are right here.
Decreased.
2-year storm, existing 2.64 CFS, proposed 2.54. 10-year storm, 7.9 CFS, that's decreased to 6.76. And 25-year storm is 11.33, that's decreased to 9.64. And 100-year storm is 16.92 CFS, down to 14.7 CFS.
So Joe,
We would typically have that reviewed and verified.
I had inquired with Don Borghese, our town engineer, if he...
That's what I was just gonna ask. Could we do it
If he
in-house?
could do that. He hasn't got back to me yet, but in
I-
anticipation that this might be a part of the conversation,
I would
knowing...
have no conscience of approving this without that sort of review. I need some sort of review. We always require it, just an awful lot of upstream activity, discharging to a point source
Yep.
discharge with what appears to be minimal attenuation.
So
We
when,
need to see that.
so
And maybe it's all there.
And
If
in-house...
If John's willing to do that,
Okay.
I'm willing to let that happen in a couple of weeks.
One more comment, if I could. In order to do this work, because it's very disruptive to operations, they have to do it during a time when they're not in session, that they don't have classes, because parts of the property being accessible for students. They have a break between their spring sessions and summer sessions in late June, the last few weeks in June. So they need to get approval to be able to do that work during that time period, or they're not able to do the work at least this year, and that will hold up other parts of the project as well. So I understand your concern, and we're perfectly willing to work with the town engineer, and we have an opportunity to continue to the next meeting if that review could be done by the next meeting. But in order to deal with appeal periods and elapsing and getting orders, they're kind of under the gun here in terms of scheduling.
That's about the only you've said here that's not unique to every other applicant. Everything you said prior to this is unique to yourselves. The reality is they're all under, every applicant's under a time constraint, and the reality is also we hold every other applicant to this review standard.
I do understand.
And I hate to say it, we're on an extremely slippery slope if we were to not do it now, and the next guy comes down, the boathouse at Brooks School. Well, you did it for them. We just can't do that. I really need to remain consistent on that. And I see enough potential upstream improvements that all of these things are connecting into is certainly warranting that. I don't need to say it again.
No, I get it.
And if John can help, I would certainly encourage it. I keep the cost to a minimum if he can do it.
Mary, at the same time that Amy's making contact with Mr. Borghese, is there anybody that in the organization that you could solicit to do a pro bono review for the school?
We
Because I
can
understand how the
ask
how the
around
fund
and
works.
see whether there's some
I
availability
mean, the first one to the
that.
table is what you want.
Right.
Mr. Borghese might be willing, but he also might not
Be
have the
backed
ability.
up.
He might be backed up for a year in his work.
Right.
And if you could find somebody that
Could
was in a
vouch for it.
position to do it, I mean, I would move to give you, I would move you 2 weeks. I would move to continue for 2 weeks and hope in that time period you could.
We can look into that and see if
I've
that's
only
an
made a motion
option.
that hasn't been seconded. We should probably do that first, because maybe I don't have any support.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the motion.
The motion was
I'll
to...
second your motion for discussion,
All right, so
for eventual.
So that would be sending it out for peer review, whether it's in-house or,
I think if we're in discussion, I think we've already heard, and I understand that they can't afford a third-party review, a conventional, as we have them done. Because we solicit bids from engineers that are qualified to conduct a review, and then that's a 4 to 6 week process, and then they still can't pay for it anyway. So I think it just would be a moot point to vote in favor of that motion, and then find out they can't get it done anyway.
So my motion had two parts. One was to require a third-party review, independent third-party review, and to post escrow. I could strike the second portion of posting escrow, and just require a third-party review be done. The way we're discussing it, we can get it done in-house or done with another party that can simply verify and validate the numbers.
I can support your revised motion.
And then to continue for 2 weeks.
Well, we should bring them back in 2 weeks, because their time is of the essence. If they can get something done, we
have
shouldn't.
to be creative. Your primary concern is the volume, is it volume or rate that yours is your primary
Well,
concern?
the standard, it's not what a standard, right? You can neither increase, you can't change the hydraulic capacity of the character of the flow, and you need to maintain water quality, and you know, part of that's deep sump. I don't see any details for the deep sump catch basin. We
There
need
are
deep-
details in
there
there.
are,
there
yeah.
are, I just didn't
We
print
didn't get
every
it- we didn't get a
single.
full
I mean,
Yeah, there's a full set in there.
you
Yeah.
have it emailed, you have everything in an email. I just,
Not his.
I mean, how much do I print?
Yeah.
You're not gonna have time to look at it anyway, so.
So really, just meet the stormwater standard.
Sure,
You-
and ultimately,
you never- yeah.
ultimately, volume
Yeah.
goes to a fire pond that needs to be maintained as a fire pond, so it needs the water, it drops too low. So additional, if there is, if that's not a bad thing in this situation.
There's a stormwater checklist that we submitted that complies and goes through each one of the
email.
requirements, and we've complied and exceeded that requirement. And the other aspect of this whole project is that there currently is no drainage system out there at all.
Whatsoever.
So anything that we're doing is going to improve the drainage drastically.
What did you say before, Joe? Well,
If you
being
had
out
all
of
of
the
this
bu-
happening
out of the
outside,
buffer?
you just keep it all outside the 100 and do all of your BMPs and all your stormwater attenuation and do all your infiltration and simply have it bleed into the groundwater that feeds this pond subterraneously. If you keep it outside the 100,
Yeah, we can't.
this goes away.
without- Yeah. It would eliminate a paddock, and they can't really do that, so, yeah.
I think for 29, I know that this is up redevelopment as well as new development, so.
Exactly.
In terms of meeting the standards fully, that really only applies to the new development, the new impervious surface, and then the redevelopment portions only have to meet the standards to the maximum extent practicable.
Right.
We were extremely, you'll see that we did a number of soil tests out there to specifically find a place best suited for the BMP, which is where it's located right now.
Right, to get your recharge.
Right, right,
It's amazing
exactly.
you found a vein of sand in there with this rock everywhere around there.
Oh, geez.
That's, yes, that's very true.
Drumlet on an estimate.
That's very,
That's
very,
good
very,
sand. That's good sand out there.
So we will,
So we need a motion to continue.
Well, it's a public hearing, so I don't know if there's anyone here
Is
that
there
has
any
any
abutters for or against this
questions
project?
or comments or?
I wouldn't think so.
No one.
All right, so we'll continue it for the next meeting.
May
We'll
24th.
reach out, well, Amy will reach
I'll-
out to John Borghese. In the meantime, maybe you can reach out to you're in the private sector, you know everybody anyways.
Yeah.
So, see if we can get it done.
There's gotta be someone out there somewhere that wants to help.
Has a heart.
It is a lot of water. And Amy and I talked about it earlier, and I was trying to, I'm gonna get in trouble, usurp a third-party review, because I know your situation, but I knew it was gonna get flushed out here.
yeah, nope.
I
Understand.
need that too.
Thank you
Not
very
that we doubt your ability, Thad, because I know
Oh,
you're
wait,
you're an awesome engineer,
I make a
so.
motion continue.
You are.
All those in favor say aye.
Thank
Opposed?
you.
That's unanimous.
Okay, and the next meeting date is?
24th.
May 24th.
Thank you very much.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next one. 242-1707, 285 Stevens Street.
Alrighty, give you a rundown. All right, so this is a request for an after-the-fact amendment. So it's a public hearing. The order issued in August of 2017 governed the construction of a new single-family house, garage, driveway, associated utilities, buffer zone restoration, and the construction of a field stone wall at the 25-foot no disturb zone. The interim foundation as-built plan showed the foundation footprint to be compliant with the 50-foot no-build zone, but subsequent modifications to the structure included a second-story addition supported by 8x8 concrete pier, resulting in 4 square feet of the second-story addition in the corner of the pier to be within the 50-foot no-build. Moore and Cameron did the as-built plan and found this and asked for a site visit with myself and the chair and the vice chair just to flesh it out, to, you know, get everyone on the same page to understand what the issue was. At that time, the chair and the vice chair recommended that the applicant seek the opinion of a structural engineer to find out the feasibility of moving the structure outside of the 50. So you have in your packets the structural engineer's report and opinion. In addition, it was also discovered through the as-built process that the field stone wall was constructed within the 25-foot no disturb zone to its closest point at about 20. So they're proposing to relocate that stone wall to be compliant with the 25 and then restore behind it. They've submitted a waiver request for the encroaching part of the house, looking for relief for that 4 square feet. The engineer and the applicant are here this evening. If you have any questions.
Brian?
I don't have any questions right now.
Al?
I guess, John, are you prepared to discuss the structural portion that is Gelinas Structural submitted an opinion on? Are you prepared to talk about that, or do you have Gelinas here? Or?
It depends on how, good evening for the record, John Moran from the Moran Cameron Group. It depends on how detailed you get in, the commission wants to get into that. If the commission wants to get into that in extreme detail, we'll need to bring Gelinas. He wasn't able to make this meeting.
Okay.
But we'd be happy to bring him to the next meeting.
I mean, I have his report, their report. I understand what they're saying.
And if I could add just one thing, Amy had mentioned that the commission requested, or when we were out last summer, we were discussing options, and the option was, the issue is that corner of the structure, which on the original approved plan, there was an addition shown on the approved plan in that back area, not on a full foundation. So it's not like this wasn't part of the approved plan. It's just that I think the point Amy was bringing up was this, when the certified was done, since there's no foundation under that, it wasn't picked up like normally would be picked up. Once a certified foundation plan was submitted to the building inspector, you'd know exactly where the foundation was. Well, since that last portion was built on a pier, there's no full foundation, there's not even a frost wall. So that section isn't shown on the certified. But the discussions over the summer were not to relocate the structure out of the 50-foot, because obviously that's going to be a huge undertaking. It's a 2-story structure. It was, is there an ability to re-engineer the support in that corner to pull the supports outside the 50-foot? And as you can see by the structural engineer's report, you know, that's the amount of damage that's going to happen when that pier is removed and then have to get fixed. You know, we're talking the building itself, cantilevers out 4 square feet. In the past, we have been able to cantilever structures over the 50-foot no-build with no supports in the 50-foot. The actual support itself is about a half square foot. And what we're proposing to make up for that impact in the no-build is on the southerly or left side of the existing structure. There's approved lawn under the original permit. That so happens to be the same location where the wall is, as with a lot of your projects, a wall was proposed along the 25-foot no disturb. That's the same location where the wall was built too close to the wetlands. It needs to be moved back out. Not only are we proposing to move it back out to the 25, we're proposing to move it an average of another 10 feet up into what was approved as lawn, and replicate that whole area back to buffer zone, which is approximately 260 square feet. So you're looking at a restoration ratio of approximately, I have it in here somewhere.
260 square feet of
Well, the
restoration?
260 square feet is the,
Oh,
I'll find it. So the restoration ratio,
Oh.
if you're dealing with the building footprint, is 65 to 1. If you're dealing with the footprint of the pier itself, it's 520 to 1. So in order to make up for that, we're proposing to give back this section of, again, lawn that was approved as lawn and converted over to buffer zone. A couple other minor things we found out there. There was a couple raised, like 6 raised planting beds out in the back in an area that was previously approved as lawn. During that discussion last summer, it was discovered that the Conservation Office was made aware of those, and it sounds like those were then taken care of. We weren't aware of it, but it sounds like those are all set. So right now, the non-compliance issues that we're dealing with is the portion of the structure and the placement of the wall. And again, we're proposing to move the wall, and not only move the wall to where it's supposed to be, move it up slope, and we're proposing to mitigate for that 4 square feet that's just on the edge of the 50-foot for that portion of the structure that exists.
Okay, I was at the site review, and when I was talking to Amy today, I was like, was I really there? I'm in full harmony with you. I thought that was a done deal, that we were gonna trade off, leave the pillar where it is, because it'd be an extensive undertaking, and we were gonna cut that wall back toward, close to the house, and make all wetlands delineation there. And that's what I thought we talked about.
No, that's exactly what we
Well,
thought, so that's
we've
what we're
supported the
proposing.
idea.
Right, and that-
But I do remember you guys asked for more investigation
Yeah,
on,
okay.
You're right, we did
moving
both.
it.
We
Yeah.
listened to the proposal
Yeah.
at the site. We talked about the stone wall, we talked about the garden
Right.
beds, we talked about the 4-foot or 5-foot encroachment. We discussed
Right.
all that.
Okay.
And I'm with Lou, I was waiting for a proposal. I guess this is the proposal.
This is it, exactly.
Okay, all right, so this is,
So this is an amendment request to allow.
but this is based on our visit.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm good, I get it.
and I
So I
didn't
didn't
catch
miss
that
anything.
No, you're with us. Lou.
restoration area at all.
So, oh,
Did
sorry.
Ryan already chime in, or
said
you
no,
got-
I said
you
no
had another-
questions.
Yeah. Simply put, I put no credibility to the structural analysis, it's just a lot of words, and it's terrible that they spent the money on that. Anything's possible, whether it's feasible or not, is really all he talks about. My mind, from the moment I learned of this, and I was not on the sidewalk, was exactly that. Get mitigation somewhere else, and if we're moving the wall, move it a little more. You're right on where my brain was going, I wasn't even at the walk, so good, I'm all set.
Sean?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, so,
I think it was unfortunate that the foundation as-built was a little disingenuous.
well, and that was missed in the end,
I just think so.
because we, on regular order conditions, we asked that everything's certified.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
evidently-
technically a foundation as-built plan, but is it really the full structure as-built? It wasn't.
No, but it
So-
was,
This project went through a transition of at least 2 wetland scientists, if not
Yes.
2 engineers as well.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Yeah.
there was a lot of
Yeah.
stuff that didn't get passed off.
it's unfortunate what
Yeah.
happened.
I do have a question, because we're talking about moving the wall and restoring behind it. Part of this effort, from what I remember way back, was some invasive mitigation, the knotweed.
Yeah, it
Is the
came out-
knotweed taking hold, or is it still?
No, it's, you may recall, we were in about a year ago for the certificate of compliance request for the lot next door that had the exact same invasive
Problems,
species
yeah.
removal behind it.
Yep.
And it was doing well then. Obviously, before we request the certificate of compliance for this, LEC's been doing all the monitoring out there. They'll be looked at when we go for the certificate of compliance, but as of last fall, the restoration area is held.
So if we're restoring even more behind it, we have higher confidence, given the
Correct.
fact that that's under control. Thanks.
And that was, I think, a perpetual condition, was it not?
I don't think it was.
The
I'll
control
have to
of the-
look into that. I'm
The
not-
invasives?
Yeah, I think it was, give it your best shot, and we would give you permission to continue to do that over time.
We want you to continue.
Got it.
With the
Not so,
invasives.
yeah, not so much making them, but just allowing them.
We would like it very much if you would.
Yep.
Sean, you said you're all set? Yep. All right, so now you're saying you're going from a amendment to a modification?
No, it's staying, as a-
Amendment.
we submitted an amendment request.
It's an amendment request with
Well,
a,
he said something about modification.
he's got the mitigation plan on the last page. So I'm prepared to move, I'm prepared to move in favor of the amendment request.
Okay, well, since I understand there was a potential abutter. Is there any
Yeah,
abutters
I
for
don't know,
this
there's a
project?
public hearing, yeah. Is there any abutters that would like to speak?
There was some
about this
abutters that
project?
called in voicing
Okay,
their
if not.
disposition. But they didn't
So
show, so that's good.
none answered. Do you have anybody that sent you an email or anything that,
No, just came to the counter
inquiries?
inquiring.
Okay.
All right, so we got a motion and a second.
So what was the motion?
The motion is to grant the after-fact amendment as requested with the mitigation as proposed.
Do we need a waiver?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
Oh, waiver
Yeah.
for the pier. We do need a waiver for the pier.
Is there a waiver request in here?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so I'll move that first. I'll move that we grant the waiver.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. One opposition.
Sean opposed.
Okay.
And accordingly, I move that we approve the after-effect amendment request as proposed with the mitigation plan as detailed.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. One opposition.
Unopposed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Thanks. So I see, just before you guys go, August 29th, 2023 is the expiration date?
Yeah, and I foresee that surveyors will be out laying out the new wall location probably within the next few weeks.
Okay,
And the wall will get moved, and that's really, then the plantings will get done, and then we'll have to start
All right.
monitoring the
All right.
plantings. So I don't anticipate, I don't think we're entitled to another extension anyway.
but it
We've
might,
already got the 2, and we already
Yeah.
got the COVID extension.
Oh, we did.
So- So.
Okay.
All the work will be done. I don't think, obviously, we're gonna need to go through a growing season for the plantings, for the new plantings on the side. So we probably will not be back here for a COC request until next spring, 2024, to allow
Okay.
those plantings to go through at least 1 year. But the rest have been
Okay.
in for 2 years now, so the rest are good.
so I suppose if worse comes to worse, if things can't come together, we could issue an enforcement order to allow the work? If
Well, I think the
things
work-
The only
derail?
work would be,
Oh, just,
replanting.
yeah,
Exactly.
or moving
Yeah.
the wall
You
and
can- yeah.
replanting?
The wall will
Okay,
be done. The wall will
Okay.
be moved before the order expires.
all right, okay.
Perfect.
Okay, just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, EO 196 Marble Ridge Road.
Okay. All righty. Okay, so, in response to a building permit application that was submitted with the building department for a deck rehab. I performed a site inspection to determine proximity to wetlands for the work. When I got there, I saw that there was some drainage work performed in the wetland that's actually being currently mowed as lawn. So I will pull up some pictures. So this is what I saw. It's like a catch basin of sorts. And there was disturbed soil radiating from that area, so I don't know what's underneath there, but in talking to the homeowner, you know, he did say that I'm trying to make a lawn that's more usable and not as wet. Unfortunately, it's in the middle of the wetland, so I issued a violation letter and asked them to attend the meeting. And I was able to find the as-built plans from when the house was built. It clearly shows the edge of wetland. So it's not like it's a big question whether there's a wetland or not, it is, so. And the homeowners are here this evening. So if you have questions for them or me, go ahead.
Okay. Ryan, any questions?
No, I mean, where do we stand with getting a wetland scientist?
Well, I
Was that in the violation
I
letter? Or do we
did
need to
not
put that in
direct
enforcement
that.
order? Okay.
I just, you know, this was a new one on me, draining a wetland.
Yeah,
I've never
okay.
encountered
Can I
this one
just-
before.
Hi,
But
thank
go
you
ahead.
for your time tonight.
Just name and
Oh,
address.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sue Kowalski, 196 Marble Ridge. We had no idea that that's a wetland, because if we did, obviously, we would not have done that and would have saved our money. We've lived there for almost 8 years, and we're pretty much just maintaining what previous owners had maintained. Even looking at images on Xylo for the listing of the home, you'll see that they're pretty much advertising it as a lawn. And again, had we known, we would have done that.
So obviously, no work has occurred since
No.
you've gone out there. In terms of a delineation, if it's all already in a wetland, do we need a delineation or do we just need a restoration plan?
I think you can't do one without the other. Yeah. Because they might not have to, you don't know, we really don't know the limits of the resource area.
Right, okay.
And
Well,
it might be, might not be as big as we think, or it might be bigger, we don't know.
yeah.
There
I'm
was
just-
only one small area of the yard that would be just soft and not, so it wasn't like the whole yard was wet.
Yeah,
So
it's a
that's
little
what
more
I
complicated
know,
than
I
that.
know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm just,
I know.
you know, it wasn't like obvious that this was
Sure.
a wetland, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I
Yeah,
personally
you
just
see
thought it.
maintain lawn. and-
Yeah, I just
right.
thought it wasn't
Yep.
leveled or, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible,
It's tough to explain to layman first people
yeah,
what wetlands are and what.
Well, especially when it looks like maintained lawn. It's-
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
For sure, and yeah, there was nothing
there
obvious,
is-
like
there
what
is
kind of
cr-
plant is this growing? And it wasn't none of that.
There is criteria on what is considered wetland, soils,
Soils and vegetation.
plants.
Mhm.
You know, what is- I know there's a third one, I'm drawing a blank.
Hydrologic,
Soils and hydrology.
hydrology.
Yeah, and water. So sometimes it's hard to explain, like, looking at the back, you say, that's not a wetland, but it might be.
Yeah, okay,
And it might have been violated before you owned, you said you only been there 8 years.
yeah,
Marble Ridge Road was built a long time before that,
mhm,
so,
It
Yeah.
very well could be previously disturbed site too, we don't know.
Exactly.
I mean, a good wetland scientist will take an auger out there and auger up soil samples
okay,
and render an opinion. And then Amy would review that information, and I think that's the first step before we can ask you to do anything.
okay,
We wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't ask you to identify it first.
okay.
That's the only way it can be done, really.
It was a 1994 as-built, foundation as-built, so it was a while ago,
Yeah.
but.
So you guys put the pipe in with the manhole?
It's a French drain. So we have a French drain
It's like an old
installed.
agricultural tile, though. It's
Okay.
actually, they're all over the
So
place.
what's it, just a dry well, is it just, does it discharge anywhere?
It just discharges further out, because our property goes so far back to
Okay.
Dale Street. So it's sort of like just pushing it out just like 100 feet, 200 feet
I'm
further.
just curious where the piping goes. All right.
So was it crushed stone and a pipe
Yep.
and then sort of that drain in the middle?
Mhm.
So it just kind of
It
radiated
just
out?
pushes it out a little bit further, out into the back there.
So so this is basically pipe, and did you do like a T here?
Yeah, so it was the main one and two that connect to it,
Okay.
because the yard is so
Yeah.
wide.
Okay. So you need to get a wetland scientist.
Oh, Joe and Sean
And I don't-
haven't chimed in yet.
I was just looking at Google Earth, but I think what I could see here is, to my trained eye, it would have been obvious to me that it was a wetland and shouldn't have done it, but the reality is, it's happened, let's wait for the wetland scientist to tell us where the boundary is, and from there we can tell what has to come out and what has to be restored.
Okay,
No questions, Lou.
all right, so plan of attack.
So
Would
issuing an enforcement order requiring engaging a wetland consultant to delineate the wetlands.
Right, now what do you got, I saw you had date sensitive, so.
Yeah, I didn't know
So-
what you guys thought. Probably.
That is
I mean,
kind of
that's only 2 weeks.
Yep. Yeah, I know, it's not like it's
I mean,
going
they might,
anywhere.
you never know, they might hit a home run and find somebody that's not working, but
Yeah,
most of them are busy right now.
probably not.
Is
All
that
right.
something that you help me find, or I have to find on
So,
my own?
we have a list of consultants that work in North Andover.
Okay.
Often know our local regs,
Okay.
and they can, get
Now,
you
we
going
can't-
with the
we can't tell you who
delineation.
to hire.
We can't tell you who to hire, but we
Okay,
just
you-
provide the
okay,
list.
Yep, that's fine.
And, they all know, how we operate, what our local regulations say and stuff like
Okay.
that, so.
So you're asking us to issue a formal enforcement order, so I would, let me try to start with that. So we would require the engagement of a wetland scientist to delineate the wetland area and prepare a restoration plan.
No later than.
I mean, I'm sure they want to get this out of this way,
I
so.
think for the purposes of everybody showing good faith, deadlines are appropriate, and I think that, if they show good faith and they come to us on the next meeting and they're making an effort, they just haven't secured it, we're gonna hear it for what it is. I
Also,
mean, they're here tonight, it's
yeah.
not like other violators who
I mean, the
who haven't
reason
been
why
working.
we were doing the deck is because the current deck is nearly 30 years old and it's fallen apart and dangerous. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do whatever we need to do sooner than later, so, because this is what's holding up the permit for the deck.
So I think the deadline, the dates for achieving milestones is an appropriate thing. But I'm also saying that so long as it continues to show progress and they come to us and explain why it is they may not have been able to do it, we can extend it. So that first one was the engagement of a consultant, and then provide proof to us, May 24. I agree with Amy's recommendation, and again, they can report at the next meeting whether they could do that or not.
Okay.
And then simple following beyond that is, 3 weeks later, have the delineation completed and submit that to us. And then,
And then a
based on
plan.
that, we'll be able to understand what it is direction we're gonna do to undo the things that have been done. And that would be, by June 14th. But really, that last condition is driven by the first two.
Right.
I would
So-
expect the wetland scientist to say, what do you mean by restoration? Existing lawn, or?
So I was looking at Google Earth.
That kind
and-
of direction is.
And
There could be some previously disturbed site there
Right.
that, not to try to make them feel, too encouraged, but it might not be as bad as it appears.
I would just hope for the wetland scientists to give us a line.
Just give us a delineation.
Based on the photographs I
We'll
saw
do
in
the
Google
rest.
Earth that I've seen is, this work is well into the wetland. I think that's restoration. What was previous lawn area on an age-old project that was pre-bylaw, when you could work right up to the line, was fair game back then. But I think until we see where the line is or where it was, the restoration standard is kind of a moot point right now.
I agree.
But it looks like what has been disturbed was in fact wetland and has to be restored as wetland, not as lawn. That's.
Oh, yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I'm
I
seeing
mean,
here,
there's,
at any
I don't
rate.
think there's any question about that.
I want them to come and tell us that.
But yeah, that's just looking at.
Let the scientists know.
But I mean-
I just wanted to put that out, because if we wanted to give them
Right.
direction up front, this is the time to do it.
Right.
But I'm not opposed to
So what
that
is it?
approach.
You'll get it delineated. They'll give you a plan and, they'll show on your property where the wetlands line is, and then we can figure out what we're gonna do accordingly.
Just what my wife said, my name's Frank Polsky's. I got sick because of like Lyme disease from a tick. So we were concerned with this, but when we moved in 8 years ago, this was all plush grass, right back to the thing. There was no talk about
I mean,
wetlands.
It looks like this because of the
We-
work that
we-
was
and it was
done.
rain-
So the beauty is with technology being what it is today, is that the scientists are gonna go out there and soils wise.
Which is fine.
And then they're gonna be able to, without a doubt, superimpose Google Earth aerial photography, which you could literally sequence back year by year, 2 or 3 years at a time, and you could see what it used to look like.
Okay. I think our
That
main,
will be,
I
that will
think
be
our main
that will
concern
be
was the way
anecdotal,
it's
that'll be a
gonna
fact, that we can look
because that's
at.
the front of our house.
Well, I'm looking at a plot plan here from Marshonda, dated 1994.
Right.
That gives you a good indication of what they relied upon.
Yeah, the house was 80 feet from the wetland.
Yeah, but doesn't show whether that was, it could still have been a wetland and lawn even back then.
Well,
That's their point.
I know, so that's my
doubt it.
concern. I mean, had.
no, but I'm
had we
saying the
known that-
delineation, if you look at the delineation
How was
here
the house?
on the plot
Why
plan,
would
it
that-
suggests that the wetland was off to the right.
Right. No, it is.
And
It's exactly what it is.
that's what I'm saying, and if you go by the plot plan.
And there was a limited work,
Ryan,
a
can I
limited
show
work
you
on the
these
site
photos and you can
plan,
pass them
the
down?
as-built site plan as well.
So-
I mean,
I mean,
This is what it looked like when we bought the house. Limited work.
so you still, this isn't gonna mean you don't have to you still have to get a scientist? 'Cause you
No,
have-
for
we
sure.
have- we have to-
Yeah, for
We have to
sure.
fix this,
For
but.
sure. I think our main
but I
concern right
think-
now
I think
is
that's in your favor.
not being able to maintain what it was.
Yeah.
Bringing it back to what it was. If we need to
This tree is no longer
pull it out,
believed
then
in
we
the
will,
photographs, but it's
and then
almost
keep
here,
it
right?
as
That's
it
wrong.
was.
Well,
It's not pulling out, it's just leaving it alone.
No, I'm talking about pulling out the drain that we installed.
pipe
Oh, the
might have-
drain. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, no. Yard out.
Existing.
No.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
That's when we bought the house, that's what the house looked like.
You know, that's what I'm saying, it's like, yeah, there's some work to be done, but I don't think it's as fatal as everybody, I mean, the pipe's gotta come out, but the pipes, is wrong, but the area here in the photograph, that's from 1994.
how do we know that?
The
That's-
photograph
that's
is not
been
from
bought.
94,
Well,
No,
the
it's
plan-
not.
The plan is dated 94.
Right,
but the photo is
The
probably
photo is-
2015 when we bought the house.
Okay, what,
Yeah.
20 what?
2015.
2015, okay, all right, so, it doesn't, you gotta get the wetland scientist to delineate and then bring us a restoration plan.
Okay,
It would be good that the wetland scientist would get in touch with Amy,
okay.
so Amy can explain what we're exactly looking for.
All right, so we need to continue.
okay, so we need to vote, finish the vote. So
Oh, we need
you
to vote.
started
Oh, yeah,
a motion, Joe, Al,
So, I offered
issuing a
motion.
formal
Joe amended
enforcement
the
order.
motion.
Just add the dates.
Added the dates.
Okay, and so May 24th, engage a wetland consultant. By June 14th,
So you second.
finish the delineation and have a restoration plan for removal of the drainage features and getting the wetland back to a wetland, restoring it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Second that.
okay, Sean, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that's unanimous.
Okay, all right. So I'll issue the enforcement order with the dates set out, and I'll send you the list for the consultants.
One thing, before we close this out, I'll continue on it. We know this is an NOI, one way or the other, correct?
I don't,
Or do we
I
wait to
don't
make
think
that
so.
we make that determination at the next meeting?
Yeah,
Yeah, let's see what we got, I think.
All right.
I think this should stay under enforcement order.
Okay.
I mean, don't forget,
No,
no,
the next meeting.
orders of conditions are permits that can be, appealed.
It's not a directive.
It's not a directive, it's like, if you do, then you have to, right. That's my opinion, but anyway,
I agree.
okay,
So we'll see you in 2 weeks.
okay, thanks.
Like I said, if you have any questions or need any help, not that I'm
Yeah.
trying to give you more work, but Amy's very good at,
Yeah,
no, she's been
helpful.
she's very good at helping people.
Thank you.
Can we
Thanks.
put this picture in your folder?
Sure,
All
absolutely.
right, and it's from 2015?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next one. 47 Bonnie Lane.
Dogwood first? Or
Oh, I'm sorry, Dogwood, I looked right past it.
Dogwood Circle.
Dogwood's next. Should've just looked at my file.
All righty. Oh, come on, is there a way to flip this frickin' thing? What a pain.
Shall we beat you up again, Paul?
No.
It's all good.
All righty, so the commission will recall issuing an enforcement order at the last meeting for non-compliance with the order, complete non-compliance with the order, and the work being done without any pre-construction, anything. The enforcement order required that the order of conditions be recorded and that the $5,000 performance bond be paid no later than May 1st, and that an as-built plan be provided, and that a penalties of $100 a day to be assessed for as long as all three of those directives were not carried out. So by that following Monday after the meeting, all of those directives were carried out, so the resulting fines were $300. So Mr. Bergman performed an as-built. He provided you with a plan that shows the proposed approved location of the plan, and in red, the existing location as it is in the field right now.
Okay. Ryan, any questions?
So it looks like the only place the wall is closer is on the east, the southern end. There's just a portion of the wall that's a little closer than was approved. Is that correct?
Right, Ryan, and then actually as you go
It's
north.
further away, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually the farthest northern section is, because the wall is 2 foot wide, to give you a feel for distance. But that's right.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. No questions.
I forget, like, why was the opening in the wall for?
It's like upland or higher area, Lou, and I'm only guessing that the previous engineer decided that a wall wasn't needed there.
Yeah.
I don't remember either, but,
I'm really,
okay. And we approved a wall being put in the 25?
None of them were.
Huh?
Oh, the far end.
Yeah.
We must have.
No, it's not in the 25.
Yeah, the northern end is.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's well in.
But what was built is actually.
Yeah, because, right.
was approved.
It's, right, so this proposed wall is really on top of the existing boulder riprap wall. So they weren't touching that lower boulder riprap wall, which existed and was in the 25. So they were just trying to retain the erosion that was happening on top of that by putting that secondary block wall.
Okay.
And that was,
Just a question, because,
a function of where the,
like I said, when did this come before us? It was a couple, 3 years ago, right?
I think it was 19, Lou, 2019.
2019.
2019.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Joe, any questions?
So the placement of the wall, I might have no concern with, even though it's closer in some areas, because it's still outside the 25. The small little thing that I'm seeing for the first time is, in your as-built, is there's a drain up in that northern end. Do we know where that's, is it a roof drain? Where's that drain coming from?
My guess, Joe, is that it's a back drain of the foundation wall.
Just the wall itself?
That's my,
Oh, for the perimeter drain on the building, you mean? On the back of the wall?
Exactly.
The wall?
Exactly, because I didn't see any, it looks like ADS, you know, the corrugated HDPE, and I didn't see any of that up against the house on any of the down conductors.
What diameter is that drain pipe?
The drain?
The
si-
roof?
That pipe.
The black drain is 6. And we noticed that, that's the only one we noticed when we did the as-built, so I picked it up by survey and it's on the plan.
Amy, have you seen that drain?
I don't
Is there a
remember
photograph
seeing
of that
it.
area?
I don't recall.
I
I
have
mean,
one.
is it seeing any significant flow that it's a point source within the 25?
Oh.
It was dry and I
Dry,
didn't see any erosion. And typically for a back drain on a retaining wall, unless there's some strange circumstances, you know, it's very, very little flow. But I didn't see, the important thing is that I didn't see any erosion or any need for riprap at the end of it, if that's what you're getting at.
What I'm getting at is, it's in the 25, so it wouldn't be allowed. It's there. We don't know what it is.
That's the approved plan.
The fact that there's no erosion gives me a higher confidence level that something we might allow to simply stay there. If we had anything to the contrary, we would probably ask that you defeat it somehow, get it out of there.
Yeah, typically, I mean, you probably know, typically on a back drain for a retaining wall, it collects that water at the back of the wall, and then it just pokes through the wall, and oftentimes it's just flush with the down gradient face of the wall.
And I don't even know what kind of, is this like a block retaining wall?
Yes.
It's a block retaining
Yeah.
wall. So standard practice would be to put a drain behind it, just to keep hydrostatic pressure from building up.
You're exactly right. Even though somebody could make an argument that the wall is made out of blocks and it's pervious, good practice, you still want a back drain with washed stone.
That's why it's funny they would use such a big pipe.
Usually they're 2 inches. That's
Yeah.
why it's
I know.
exactly I'm asking
It's a
what size.
6-inch pipe, I'm like, for a
That-
wall drain?
Saying it.
Must have been something they had in the
The
truck.
6-inch, I
It's
mean,
also not connected to the building, because you'd see some scour. and
Yeah,
a
yeah,
little
you
bit of
would.
leaf litter and-
Yeah.
I mean,
That's all I
that,
have, I'm done.
Sean,
Talk
no
to-
questions?
And
Right.
I just had a quick question. So in terms of the top elevation versus, proposed versus what you found, deviation,
you want me to speak on that?
just
There's
just quickly.
There's a schedule, yep. There's a schedule, and the top of the wall varies, I don't know, from as little as 3 to maybe a foot difference from what WNS called for back in 19. And typically, from our elevations, it's higher. For what that's worth.
All right, so I'll just pull this elevation schedule up. So TW, top of wall plan, top of wall as-built, bottom
Yeah.
of wall, okay,
Yeah.
got it.
And as I note on my plan, the notes in the upper right-hand corner, we did not redelineate the wetlands. So, as my notes say, the wetland line, no disturb, no build, are all scanned exactly from the
Taken.
WS plan. That's
Yeah.
more for reference only that we put it on our plan.
Yeah.
Looks like it was delineated in 2019 though, right? So
Yes.
it's a recent delineation.
Yeah,
It's not-
yeah.
It's 20 years old or something.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yep.
So Amy, what's the next step here?
I don't know. I mean,
Do we-
I
do
guess
they
you
have
guys
to-
have to decide whether,
Is there
You're-
restoration that's needed, or is there a notice that needs to be filed, or what? are we happy?
I'm not happy.
Well, I think these fines haven't been paid either, right? Is that?
Yeah, they're
So-
still haven't been paid.
So absent the fines, is there anything outstanding? I'm just trying to.
Not based on what you asked for at the last hearing.
Okay,
The last
all
meeting.
right.
So, having made the motion for that enforcement order at the last meeting, I put the fines in place as an encouragement, an enticement to show progress, which they've done. I'd entertain a motion that we expunge the fines and waive them at this point. They've done everything we asked them to do
Well,
within the
that's-
timetable that we
That's
asked
what
them.
I'm asking is, what's left to be done?
I just,
We've
Well,
got-
I don't know, I mean,
Look, I'm offering it, that's all.
you know,
I disagree.
let's see how the wall behaves. You know, because it's blind, we don't know, I mean, we're crossing our fingers that the contractor did it right with all the drainage behind it and blah, 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 but do we know, really?
So,
So-
we ordered it under a violation notice, under an enforcement order. What's the next step? To continue the enforcement order in place?
We said it was gonna be-
And monitor
compliance,
is-
so
Right.
it's an open order.
Right.
Or
So do
should
we
we
hold
have
on
them-
to the bond for a while
Yeah.
and let this thing
This is just a
go
violation we're talking
through?
about.
I don't know.
Well, that's,
I don't know.
I got no
I
problem
don't
with-
know
okay. We need to.
what you guys want to do.
We need direction. We can't.
I know, but
we
I mean,
can't-
what is your general feeling? I mean, do you want to just
Did they do what we asked?
expunge the
So
fines?
my
lift-
fines were associated with moving.
Getting
the-
things- right.
The violation forward.
Right.
And make sure that they
Right.
got certain things done
Right.
within a reasonable amount of time. They've done that. That was the purpose
Right.
of me doing that. We still have an open order of conditions.
Yes.
That is not in compliance. But because of the enforcement order, they've gotten that much closer.
Yes.
They still have to request a certificate of compliance.
Yes,
They have to, all
Yeah.
those things that go into getting a certificate, we hold the bond until that's done. I
right.
think that's our
Okay,
surety.
so you
That's our
guys,
surety.
all right.
In my opinion.
Amy, when they come in for that certificate, what issues do you foresee existing based upon the existing conditions now?
Not many, I mean, other than not knowing how it was built and what's behind the wall. I mean, I guess it's gone through at least one winter and seasonal changes, and I guess it looks fine and behaving.
This wall came in
fine.
19.
was
The
permitted
plans are
in
da-
2019.
The plans are dated 19, Joe.
And
Yeah,
when was it permitted? When did the order conditions get issued?
November of 2019.
19.
So they're coming up on the 4th, so that's,
So,
so they never even extended. So they're right now operating under an expired order, correct? First
Possibly.
3, yeah.
unless
This
it's
is
got a
November will be
little
4 years.
life,
This, the coming, unless it was.
a little life with
unless
COVID
it's told-
tolling.
Unless it's told.
It might have a little life. And I don't know when exactly it was built. I just don't, I don't know.
On the enforcement, expunging the fines, I don't think we should.
Okay.
The walk,
I don't even think I got the second on it. I just offered it. It was a motion.
I'm gonna, before you up, I wanna speak my opposition. I think, we, you know, based on what they did,
Okay, look, let's say the fines stay, right? The fines are a minor thing here. How do we wrap this up, put a bow on it?
well, they gotta file,
We'll file us for a
COC.
certificate of compliance.
Can we compel them to file a COC?
No.
We
No.
can't.
No, so we're holding the bond.
So we hold the bond,
Bond.
we require them to pay the fines, and wave goodbye to them until they want a COC or want their money back or something.
Or they want another permit.
Okay?
Which may be a discussion not far down the road.
Right.
Which is how Paul got roped into this.
So in essence, what we're doing is keeping the fines and wanting payment on that and rescinding the rest of the enforcement order.
We're saying the enforcement order has been complied with.
Yeah.
And.
Well, not the.
With the exception of the fines.
With the exception of the fines.
Yep.
With the exception of the fines.
Yep.
So are you prepared to pay the fines tonight? Do you have a check with you? It's $300.
It's a fair question.
I mean, if you know you owe $300,
You have
why
a
wouldn't
credit card.
why wouldn't you come to the meeting on the money?
None of mine.
Because if I owed you $300 and I was going to a meeting, I'd have it in my pocket ready to go.
I have a
I'd
credit
try to
card.
knock you down to 2, but I'd have the money ready to go.
Oh, my
The-
gosh, no.
You're right. We have started on the survey and the engineering for another retaining wall at, what's it called,
Sandalwood?
Juniper?
Juniper.
At Juniper, and I understand that that is on hold until this gets resolved. To go back to the COC for a minute, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not the engineer of record, but I suppose we could, I didn't see any erosion. I don't think Amy did. It wasn't a structural as-built because the wall's already built, but we do wall design. I didn't see any changes in batter. I didn't see any noticeable differential settling, i.e., the wall looked pretty good. Formally, would we be, the way we issue a request for a certificate, and then as long as the commission agrees, a certificate can be issued, correct?
The certificate's issued if the project's in compliance as designed. If it's been built as designed and in compliance. And it can, and it has to be substantially in compliance. It can't be just a little bit in compliance.
Yeah, but I think because of the enforcement action, and because we required things including this as-built, which we've now accepted,
Yeah.
are we saying that because it's not in the exact same location, you can't turn around at COC time and say it's out of compliance? We just accepted the as-built.
Okay, so this is what I'm getting at. We could, I don't wanna make this a discussion for the night here.
Right.
Pay the $300. We'll continue you for 2 weeks and give you a chance to do it, and then we'll decide the fate of the project from there.
A chance to do what, sir?
Well,
To pay the $300,
you
right?
gotta pay the $300, and either you're gonna file for a COC or you're not. If you're not gonna file for it, fine, we hold on to the bond money. I mean,
They have to file for, they have to
They
file
don't
for
have
the
to.
ES, yeah, they do, because they can't get the next project.
well, that's their problem, that's not us.
They have an open order.
That's not our problem.
Well, then you were telling them the wrong thing. What you have to do is you have to file for COC.
Right.
We used this plan as an as-built just because it wasn't your fault. And it's pretty close.
Right.
I think it is.
I would agree.
So now you apply for your COC.
We request a COC in writing.
Yes.
Yep. And then, as I said a minute ago, if the commission agrees, a certificate is issued, and that gets recorded.
Yep,
Yes. And now you can apply for another one, your next
another order
project.
for the,
Okay.
for the
It,
June
yeah,
project.
also, the fine will be paid before you apply for your COC.
Or the fine would come in with the request for the COC, the check, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. So what do we do, continue for 2 weeks?
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll continue,
So-
not,
Second.
all right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, that's unanimous.
Okay.
You all set, Paul?
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Amy, will you send that to me?
Oh, yeah, I can, yeah.
I'm talking and I can't
Okay,
write.
No,
next
no,
one.
no, don't worry about it. Yep.
I'm gonna get better.
Gotta get this moving, buddy.
I'm trying. 47 Bonnie Lane.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Paul.
Sorry being so direct with you.
No, it's we have direction. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, so, the planning department and the conservation department received a report from someone in the neighborhood reporting that trees were cut at 47 Bonnie Lane. That following Monday, Jean Enright, the planning director, and I performed a site inspection. Actually, it was Tuesday. We met with the new owner, Min Kong, and observed upwards of 20 trees of varying calibers cut. And we proceeded to issue a violation letter requiring some initial actions that entails engaging a wetland consultant to delineate the wetlands, surveying all of the trees, measuring caliper, and getting a site plan together, and then eventually a restoration plan. The owner, Ms. Kong, is here this evening, and I can get some other pictures up in a minute, but if there's questions. So we received, this kind of shows it, the harbor master, Peter Boynton, who's with us this evening, actually, he's out and about on the lake a lot, so he took this photo over the weekend, just kind of show
Yep.
the level of clearing, so.
So you issued a violation,
A violation letter was issued.
okay?
So Ms. Kong has engaged Williams and Sparagus. I
Okay.
spoke to Thor Akerley this morning. He was on his way there today to delineate the wetlands. They couldn't attend with her, but, you know, they're on the case. So, like I said, I just had some initial directives in my violation letter. They're in the midst of complying with it. They're attending tonight. And I guess from here, we need to establish some deadlines for delivering that restoration plan.
They've engaged,
Williams and Sparagus.
have been engaged,
Yes,
and they're aware of the violation letter?
yes. Yep, I talked to Chris Sparagus and Thor
Did they
Akerley.
give you any indication how much time they need? Because that's what it's
They
really gonna come
haven't,
down to.
they haven't. I think they were just trying to get on site to figure out what's what and see what they're looking at.
Because I don't think the applicant can tell us anything right now.
Right, okay.
I mean, if they've engaged the firm as directed,
Yep.
I think that they're in the, on the
Yeah,
path.
they're on the path.
Right.
I didn't know if there was some additional direction you'd want to give for what the restoration plan should look like.
Where'd you get to me?
I'll defer or go right to you because.
No, let's go to Ryan.
Well, my only, you know, I guess my first question is, was this a contractor, or you didn't cut these down yourself, right? It was a contractor that you hired to?
I think this is Go Green. So can you-
Go Green.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, come on up.
Sure, just say your name for the record.
Just
No. Okay, can you, no, so there's a landscaper, the company's name is Go Green. So do you mind giving me 1 minute? You know, I totally new for here from Connecticut, you know. I bought this house only less than 1 month, so I'm truly sorry about what I did. I made a huge mistake. I already know it, so I already signed the contract with the Williams, the company, and just yesterday I paid the deposit for recovering what I did under Amy's direction, you know. So I think the Go Green company, you know, cutting the trees, we signed the contract.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is because, you know, it's, any tree removal service has to understand that you can't just go cutting down trees without permits right next to it. So shame on them for not, first of all, not
Trust me,
telling you.
I don't want to mean it to you break the laws, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So I agree with all your directives. I think you did a good job with that. In terms of the restoration plan, I definitely think, you know, a higher ratio of trees needs to be planted than was removed. I don't know if 3 to 1 is too much given the area, but some higher ratio for sure. And if it's a mix of trees and shrubs, that's fine too with me. I think it would maybe help with some habitat along the shoreline, but definitely I really want to see a very robust restoration plan. So that's all I have.
I feel truly sorry about that.
I think that I'm gonna wait until their consultant submits a restoration plan. I'm not gonna have any conversation with the owner.
Well, I know it's not your fault, because the tree cutter kind of got carried away, but the water that you're on, that's our drinking water for the whole
For
town.
now, I understand
So,
that, you know.
myself personally, I'm very, very, I watch the lake very carefully, and I'm looking at other pictures, and I'm getting aggravated because there's unpermitted docks on the lake, which seem to be multiplying. And at some point, I think we should send a registered letter with receipt to every one of those people that live along the lake, explain to them there is to be no activity, with a bold no that you can find to put on print, that no activity shall be done on the frontage of the lake.
I for now, I understand that I made a you know, a huge mistake. You know, I just want to recovering the.
And if this tree cutter has a license to do this, it should be taken away, because he should know.
We have actually gone and we have disqualified other tree cutters who have made egregious violations. We have prevented them from ever working in town again.
I don't know how you do
And
that.
he sat here saying, I'm from New Hampshire, I'm not coming back to Massachusetts
He's in
again.
jail now.
He's a, yeah, see, yes, we were right, weren't we?
Well, it's a man by the name of George, don't have a last name, with Go Green. And it's, that,
All goes back to the landowner and property owner.
it does, but
That
the,
matter is between them and the contractor.
Yes.
I don't want to even hear about it.
no, okay.
No, but I think that there should be some avenue toward that guy. I mean, that guy,
I don't know how you
Right.
do that.
There's no legal nexus. Right. There's no nexus to go from this commission to the tree cutter, as long as he was working for the homeowner. If the tree cutter were in there working rogue and not under a contract with the homeowner, then we'd have a nexus. We don't have one. We just simply don't have one. It's on the homeowner 100%. And the fact that she hired somebody that, you know, I think took advantage of her, again, she's got to deal with that.
I don't know why we can't, if the guy has a license, why we as a board cannot file a grievance.
I don't think there is such a
to
thing
the
as a
Attorney
license.
General.
There is no, Lou, there's no board of registration on tree cutters. There's no, not like licensed electricians.
I don't know, I mean, they have, whatever it is now,
There's
division of licensure.
there's professional arborists.
But there's everything, I mean, there's hairdressers, it's amazing when you go through the list.
There is, and I agree,
Salami's license.
I agree with you, but we've been doing this for years now. We've been chasing tree cutters around for a long time. As Joe pointed out, this is not our first issue with tree cutters. In fact, Amy and I visited an operation a week ago on Hidden Court, where the homeowner did their diligence. They had a crane sticking up like 300 feet into the air, and I'm sitting in my kitchen having coffee, and I look at this crane going around, picking up giant pine trees. So I chased Amy around. I said, we got to go find this crane, and we got to go find the house. When we got there, there was no permit there either, but the woman was smart enough. She had a survey plan done of her property, and she had a wetland consultant delineate the 100-foot. And she crudely marked on the ground the 100-foot mark for the tree cutters and told them, don't go past this spot. But there was no permit involved.
Because there isn't one.
That's my point. See, this is.
But, yeah, again, we're just beating it down.
This is
So,
all I'm saying
all
is,
right,
you know,
so-
let's-
yeah.
let's focus on what we have to do. What we have to do is get the restoration
Okay.
plan, get the place restored. If we can identify the tree cutter and we can send them a letter, that's great, but likely
Well, I
that-
did CC George.
Yeah. What,
I mean,
are they in Mass or New Hampshire?
they were in Mass.
Oh, good, all right, well, we have a chance.
So there is a certified arborist certification, but it doesn't hold any legal standing like a PE stamp or something like that.
It's nothing like that,
Right.
right, right.
It's a club.
Anybody
Yeah,
can buy-
exactly.
Anybody
Yep.
can buy a chainsaw.
Anybody can buy a chainsaw, that's exactly right, and
So,
some do a great job.
so
Keep going around.
we've got Williams and Sparagus engaged, wetland delineation ongoing. We'll need a restoration plan, and we should probably set a deadline for that.
We haven't gone around the table yet.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Yeah, chomping at the bit.
go.
Bad job.
So, here's where we always fall short on a restoration plan. How the hell do you restore a 70-year-old tree? With what, 45 2-inch caliber trees that are gonna eat by deers? Here's what we do, is we have them also engage a certified arborist who does a valuation assessment of tree loss. It's a real thing.
Now you're talking.
And you come up with the value of the trees that were lost, restore 2 for 1 for every tree that was lost, and the value of the trees lost paid to the conservation fund as a penalty. And that's what the impact is. That's what you've taken down as the protection of our resources, loss of these trees. And that's a real calculable number. Power companies use it all the time. Appraisers use it all the time. It's a method. And it's a big number, because you are not gonna replace 20 60, 70-foot trees that may be 50 to 70
Yeah.
years old. So you come up with a real value. Everything else is simply the on-the-ground restoration. And again, if we're satisfied with some sort of replacement ratio, that's almost a pittance compared to the really value of what was lost. And that's what I was waiting to say.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything this bad in my entire 30 years on the commission.
No, I've never
I have never seen anything this bad in 30 years.
Well,
And I know you said you came up from Connecticut, but this never happens in Connecticut either. So everybody who lives on a lake knows what they can and can't do, and nobody does this. And, you know, George may be a player to it, that's up to you to deal with George on your own, but I'll tell you, he was only following what he was told to do. And,
Yeah,
and I want this thing restored, and I want the value of the trees paid to us. And that's all I have.
To add to your requirement, the analysis of the trees is important, because, let's say, one clump of trees was river birch. That's an endangered species. We don't know that they cut river birch or not. River birch grow right on the shoreline. We had one house in North Andover a few years back where they harvested river birch by the old pumping station.
Yep.
So you don't know. That's where the significance of the restoration comes in.
And that's also, exactly. And I think maybe it's a hybrid of, I hate to say it, Williamson's barrages is not the people.
Oh,
who do
no,
this.
I know
It's not
that.
the people who do
Oh,
this.
I know that. It's a-
The other ones are
it's a
dealing with
very-
the ground disturbance.
Right.
But I think it's
And
it's a
replanting.
hybrid between wetland science and forestry science.
Agreed.
okay.
That I agree with.
John?
I don't have any questions, I just, you know, I think we're gonna wanna look a little closer at our authority and scope as far as coming to a monetary determination as to a loss, and then us being
Beneficiaries.
either the custodians and/or directors of where that money goes is something I don't recall us ever doing in 20-something years. So I think, I like what I hear about the restoration plan and moving forward with that, and I'd say we look further into those types of damages Joe was talking about, just again, to move this along.
Okay. So we got garages. We want to get an arborist.
So I think in terms of the carrying out of that evaluation, Joe, can be done without making determination quite yet as to damages and where the money goes and who gets it.
I want to be on
I
the
think
record
that
that-
exercise needs to be done.
And I want to be on the record that the end game is I want to pursue that to the
Yes,
extent that
absolutely.
we have authority to
Well,
do
no
it.
question about it, but I don't think we
But
should.
at the very least, we need to know what
Yes,
those damages are.
yes, yes. Yep.
Right, so they probably, so you want to go to the next meeting, or you want to, for the enforcement order, or the meeting after that?
We should give them
Oh.
4 weeks.
4 weeks?
We should. They're not going to get anything done in 2 weeks. And we'd just be wasting our time.
Okay.
So they need to, so do you guys want a surveyed site plan with all the wetlands buffers, cut trees, calipers? Species.
Navris is going to do a dendritic analysis to determine age, therefore helping with the value.
Love it. Yeah, certified arborist to tell us what species was taken, what species needs to be put in there.
And
If we
the
lost,
den-
if they lost river birch on the shore, that's a big
And the
deal.
lost. So,
Right.
so I know what you're talking about in terms of the evaluation, that
Yeah.
I can give them information on
Tell Spragus to
Recommendations.
make that happen.
dendritic
Taylor
analysis.
said, larger trees, specimens have a much harder time taking hold and thriving compared to smaller specimens
For replanting.
for replanting.
For replanting.
I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
They take larger trees take
Take more stress.
much
They get
more
stressed out.
stress, a lot more impact when you gotta dig that hole for it, and it needs TLC like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
And I know that Ms. Kong is not living in the house yet, so,
And they're expensive.
I mean, and they're expensive, so,
Okay, well, like I said,
Anyway.
this is just the beginning.
yep.
Right, so
Okay.
we'll continue.
So you're
So-
gonna vote to issue an enforcement order with the directives as discussed, with a deadline of, we still haven't
30 days.
decided that. 4 weeks?
Yeah,
4 weeks for
30
the
days.
delivery of a site plan?
We want
And the
We want their
evaluation?
engineer or their wetland scientist to appear at the meeting to discuss the restoration plan and that'll be our first look at it, and see what it
And
is.
maybe the arborist has some info.
If
too.
they have a certified arborist they want to bring with them, or not. But, you know, it's not going to get settled quickly.
Okay,
But let's not waste our time talking about stuff that can't be answered. Let's get their engineer or their wetland scientist to come in, talk to us about a restoration plan. That's what we,
Okay.
yeah.
and also do the dendritic evaluation that Joe was talking about. Get that in
Yeah.
motion?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, if we get them too, that'd be great.
But that's.
That's a separate person.
That's Spragus that should be doing that, getting that person.
Yeah, we got
Okay.
that. Perfect.
Okay.
They should be the coordinator for all the information we're asking for.
All right.
So
So,
that's the motion.
okay, so our next meeting is May 24th,
So I'm saying,
and then after that, it's June 14th, so it's an extra week in between.
I
I'm just letting you know.
recommend June 14th.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
That is our motion.
That's a motion and a second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous. Okay, we'll see you in a month.
All right. So I'll send you another letter explaining everything that, all the milestones and all the deliverables. And you're looking at June 14th as the next deadline for getting those materials to us. Okay. Did you want to say anything, or?
Hey,
So the engineer that you hired Williams and Spragus.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Explain to them to call Amy, and Amy will tell them what our requirements are for you for the next meeting.
Okay.
Amy will explain it all to your engineer. All right? Okay, and we'll see you at that meeting in about 4 weeks.
Thank you.
So
Right.
I just wanted to say, I'm truly sorry about that.
Thank you for that, and we look forward to making it better.
Okay.
We look forward to fixing it up.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just keep this up, too. All righty.
All right, next one.
59 Bonnie.
59 Bonnie Lane.
Okay, so while at 47 Bonnie Lane,
I know.
Ditto, yeah.
I looked over and saw that there was some tree cutting happening. The homeowners here with us this evening, it wasn't a clear cut like 47, but they're, you know, we've got some trees down. And so, again, the same thing, violation letter, required them to engage a wetland consultant, survey the wetlands, you know, get all of the cut trees identified, and attend the May 20, this meeting tonight. So, and that they can anticipate being required for a restoration plan as well.
Thank you. Ryan?
Nothing beyond what we already discussed.
I know.
Same thing.
Al?
I agree with Amy's recommendation, and I think that it sounds like, it looks like the gentleman has hired Maureen Herald.
Yes.
So I would say that everything that just went through in the last hearing, have Maureen call you. Cease and desist, cease and
And same
desist all
assessment.
activities.
Adverse assessment.
Don't do anything. And Amy will give all the instructions to your scientist.
So,
If I could, I
Yeah,
also wanted to
go
say
right
I
ahead.
deeply apologize I explained to Amy of my ignorance of the matter, so I deeply apologize. I thought selective, and I know there's no excuses for any of the actions that I took, so I just want to say that, so
Thank you.
I deeply
Thank you.
apologize.
We'll help you fix it.
And while we're here, there's another violation. You have a dock on the lake.
The dock was, so I just moved in last fall, and that dock, I believe, has been there for, I think, 10, 15 years.
That's okay, it's unpermitted.
We would say Army Corps of Engineers, but no, because it's not a navigable waterway.
No, it's DPW.
So that's
Town DPW.
Chapter
But Chapter
91,
91,
Chapter
Chapter 91 issues it.
Right.
But
Chapter
it-
91.
Yeah.
But it's DPW that permits the docks.
Chapter 91 is a federal permit.
No, it's a
issued
state
by-
permit.
State
That's a
permit.
state permit. You're thinking
State?
40, you're thinking of 401.
All right, because folks had to we verified purposes when they built the wall.
So if it's a navigable water, you need both an Army Corps permit for a dock or a revetment, and you also need the 91 permit. If it's not navigable water, you only need the 91.
Okay. All right,
So, to my knowledge, other than Brook School, there's not a permitted dock on Lake Chickawaw.
There isn't.
To my knowledge.
Hold on,
Right.
there were permitted docks on Lake Chickawaw. They've just gone away with the owners. The house that the town just bought with the old Potter estate,
Well,
400.
the permit's not forever. It needs to be renewed every year, like your boat right
Oh,
license.
yeah.
Yes, and that's the reason those permits went away, is because the people that got the permits have passed away or moved away, but they were.
Someone had said earlier, I think it was you, Al, about, sending a public information letter to
Well,
every single property and say,
Registered letter.
anything, not even registered, just a public, just a,
We need, I don't want to bury us
Yeah,
in
let's not bury.
here, but what we need is something that, we started with Mike Howard years ago. It was an education pamphlet, an educational pamphlet that we had sent to every mailbox in town. We're way ahead of that now. Now we have, the town has a website. There should be a public information, whatever you want to call it.
there is, subscribe to news, I get 15 a day.
Well, then there's got to, we have to have, we
Well,
need to
can we
educate
we
homeowners, yes.
take this
yes,
offline, because we
yes,
gotta move on? So,
Yes, I agree.
Same thing for 59.
Same thing.
Survey site plan with all the wetlands delineated, the buffer zones, the cut trees, their calipers, and species. A dendritic evaluation for quantifying loss. And that deadline would be June 14th as well.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So moved.
Second.
Hold on. You have an abutter.
Oh.
No?
Well-
butter. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, this is Peter Boynton. He's on the planning board, and he's our harbor master as well.
If
Good.
he's
I'm
on the,
glad
if he's
you're
on the
here.
planning board, he's welcome to
Good job.
speak here.
At the planning board?
You are welcome to speak here, sir.
Peter Boynton, 320 Stevens.
But you're a member, but you're not speaking on behalf of the planning board, because you're only one person.
Thank you very much. I
Attaboy.
am speaking on behalf of the harbor master, because there is only one.
One of those.
Unpaid. There's no harbor, but there is a lake.
We It's safe. nominated
the first harbor master in North Andover.
You're the first.
She gets thrown out. So, two comments. First, Amy, do you have the close-up photo handy of the trees cut? Because it's quite a visual. These are big trees. That was my first comment. There it is, right there.
Yep. I mean, and the ones on 47 are even bigger, to be honest
Right,
with you.
okay, so that was
Okay.
my first comment. My second comment is to the, and actually I have three. So the second comment is the last large clear cutting that I recall was at, I think it's 1116 Great Pond Road. It's that modern house adjacent to Brooks that Brooks subsequently purchased. And it was the prior owner clear cutting trees directly on the shoreline, I suppose, to make it easier to sell the house because it had a better view. But I will tell you, that was, I think, as egregious as this. That was about 24 mature trees. And the comment I have there is this. I know the enforcement order was done, which was great, and a lot of that was good. But the end result was tiny trees, about an inch, inch and a half caliper. They did nothing. They replaced nothing. I would encourage you that when you get to the remediation, I heard the discussion about large trees. Certainly, trying to plant trees of this size would be very disruptive, and they probably wouldn't survive. But I would just encourage you to please consider something on the order of 4 to 5 to 6 inch caliper, larger trees. They will require intensive care, and the homeowner ought to pay for that with a private professional landscaper to provide the care they need, and also to ensure that when they're planted, it's done with all the mitigations so that the holes do not cause more damage. And those larger trees will be more expensive. Too bad, because of the damage created. I just have to say, I have seen that 1116 shoreline. The remediation, I'm sorry to say, was not effective, and I think it was because the trees were tiny. And I think people who saw that just came away saying, hey, there's no penalty for clear cutting. That's all they had to do. I agree with you.
Okay, so there has to be
it's not that we're in the business of penalties, it's that there has to be a consequence, because I agree with you, it's the worst that I've seen, except for that 1116, which was almost as bad. And my third comment is the docks. I've had extensive discussions with the planning department about the docks. It is Chapter 91 because it's not a federal navigable way. I'm retired Coast Guard captain, captain of the port, done a lot of that. This is a smaller job, but very important. I did a survey of all the docks on the lake. Conservation has it, planning has it, DPW has it. It's a photo of every dock showing location and type. It's on the order, Amy, do you remember? I think it's either 14 or 17 docks.
13 or 14, something
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. And there's photos and locations for all of them. I don't believe any of them have a permit, but just a word of caution. Chapter 91 was recently amended and could be a real challenge. And I've had those discussions with the planning department. That's worth discussion.
Well, I think we should pursue it anyways, only because it's the water supply. If it was another lake or another pond, you know, I could be more forgiving, but it's the drinking water. That lake, we screwed up on that lake once, so let's not screw it up again.
Yeah.
So just like zoning, chapter 40, and planning, chapter 40, their own set of requirements requires a process before the permit be issued. Doesn't negate the need to come to conservation. So even if they had a chapter 91 permit issued, theoretically, they come to us to file an NOI to put it in.
Right.
We say no.
Well,
we could.
I
got to read the revised regs.
I 100% support that.
Oh, right, exactly.
Absolutely agree. Drinking water supply, we should, protect that because it affects everybody in town. We all know that. I think Chapter 91, as a result of the revisions, give us less ability to regulate. That's my concern.
Yeah, I have to read those.
It's a little frightening as to the size of docks that theoretically might be possible. It's a real challenge for the town.
Because while I got you here, the Brook School.
Yeah.
It's permitted to use 2 boats, correct?
You mean gas outboard boats?
Yes.
I have never seen the permit. I have been told, and I read the prior lake work group studies going back 30 years, that they were grandfathered to use gas engines. I can tell you the last time I checked, they had 6 to 8 large aluminum boats, all with 6 to 8 horsepower gas engines. So it's way over 2. However, one of those previous lake working group studies, which included Brooks' participation, in that study it is documented that Brooks made a commitment that when technology would allow the use of electric engines, they would do that. We are at that point. We've had those discussions on the planning board, including when Brooks came for the boathouse. And I had those discussions with Brooks then. The town manager has also been involved in this. Just one example of a vendor is Elco Engine, ELCO. They now produce electric outboards that actually have been built. They look like a gas outboard. It's no longer carrying a battery into the boat. Same horsepower equivalent that Brooks is using for gas engines. But here's the problem. They need to get different type of boats as well. They need to get pontoon chase boats for the crews. Other crew teams are using those. They require less power because they're pontoons. You're not pushing a lot of water. And they produce a smaller wake, which is not only better for the lake, it's better for the rowing sculls. Brooks has been told this. To my knowledge, we have not heard back. We should be engaging Brooks that technology has gotten to the point where they could safely transition to electric engines, and they should do that. I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you.
So off this topic, in support of your efforts, I know of at least 2 avid boaters sitting at this table right now who would love to have this conversation and be involved with it off commission.
I would love to as well.
And we're sitting next to each other.
Great.
I've been a boater for 40 years.
So I was born here and grew up here. My parents lived here, my grandparents lived here. I did leave for 40 years for a Coast Guard career, but I came back. But I was paddling on the lake with my dad's 1948 canvas-covered Old Town canoe when I was this high. I still have that canoe, and I'm still on the lake with it.
Well, I can remember the first, I don't want to know the whole time for meeting. When I first moved here in 1963, you could look down that lake 10, 12 feet and see the bottom.
Yeah.
You could take a cup and drink water right out of it. And then we missed the boat when we didn't buy Campion Hall.
Correct.
And then we had the chance to buy
Bonnie Lane.
and we didn't do that.
I know.
Ruined everything.
Well, we got to get it right.
Right. I'm
Okay.
gonna admit to a Norm Crosby, and that is, I used the wrong term. Dendritic is drainage patterns.
Yeah.
It's dendrochronology.
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 And if you
Thanks for
want us,
taking care of this.
you want our support in any way we can help you, or go to any meetings,
Okay.
we are definitely in.
Amy,
definitely-
I would love to have a meeting if we could on
Yeah.
Chapter 91 and
Yep.
docks. And I can dig out those photos if you don't still have that PowerPoint.
Amy, I
Okay.
move that we establish a subcommittee of Joe and Lou
To work with the harbor.
to work with the harbor master.
And I'd like to have one other person from planning if we can, Amy, but if not,
Yep.
I'll do that.
Okay,
We can only do our subcommittee here.
okay, all right.
We can't draft anybody from planning.
So is there a second? You seconded that one?
seconded that, sure.
Is there all in favor for that subcommittee?
We're all in favor of the
Okay.
subcommittee
All right.
getting to work.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you for coming.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks for the time to make comments.
Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
so-
Keep up the good work.
Thanks,
So,
buddy.
Proud of your service.
circling back to the enforcement order for 59 Bonnie Lane, it's essentially the same thing as 47, with the same deadline of June 14th.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous.
All
On a
right, so
side
I'll
note-
be issuing that to you this week or early next, but, you know, still cease and desist, and you'll be hearing from me. Okay, and I'll CC Maureen, too. Okay, thanks for coming in.
And if you want to do a good thing, get rid of the dock. Pull it out until you can
I
get
don't
a
know
chapter
if we can.
91 license or whatever.
We haven't addressed it.
It
No,
could help.
we haven't
We
addressed that
closed.
report.
That's okay. Well, I can tell them too.
All right. I see one guy left in,
One left.
We got one left.
I see one guy left here.
Oh,
All
God.
right, 241 Mass Ave.
I hope you haven't cut down any trees.
No, I just said to myself,
No.
we'll live on a lake.
Alrighty, so this is what was supposed to be just a plain old pool liner replacement turned into a total and complete rehab of an in-ground pool with no permits even from planning, from the building department. Pretty visible intersection at Mass Ave and Waverly, so hard to miss. So I'll just kind of go through the pictures. There's been tear up of the superstructure of the pool, and it's been stockpiled next to the stream. I would say 3/4 of the surrounding concrete patio has been ripped up and stockpiled next to the stream. There's some trenching for electrical and just a whole bunch of stuff going on. And so there's a stream, and then there's a wetland, like further down, not next to the, they're separate. So we've got the stream here, and then we got a wetland down here near closer to the
Jetway or
cabana.
Jetwood or whatever it is there.
Yep, yep. So I explained that, this would have been a perfectly approvable project under a notice of intent, but, and it, that's where we're headed eventually. But, so I've issued a violation letter, cease and desist. He's installed some silt fence along the edge of the stream. We need still some here, because this is sort of the other wetland system on the other side here. So that's it in a nutshell. I mean,
Ryan?
And the homeowner's here. This is Justin.
You guessed that.
So the materials that are stockpiled next to the stream, can those be moved away, further
Yeah.
away?
Or,
Okay.
I mean, I
They
think
should have
that,
actually been taken out of the area already,
Already.
except the guy couldn't coordinate with the other. He's got an in-ground pool company and like a gunite company, so the liner pool is new to this company. So his trucks and everything else are all on gunite jobs, so that's why nothing has been removed at this point.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'd personally like to see that, just move the
Just
materials
removed
away from the
off-site.
stream. It looks like it's within 25 feet.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, let's get it
Yep.
out of there sooner than later. And then the deadline of May 24th, we want to go to,
yeah, what did I
do
say?
4 weeks, like we have been. The first one in June.
Remove all the debris from the site, from alongside the,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't
that's
see
what I
that.
meant. Just getting that, all
Yep.
that stockpiled material.
Sorry,
right
I missed that.
Off-site by the 24th.
That's all I have.
And then,
All set.
notice of intent.
Okay. There is wetlands behind this property
Yes,
and on the side of this property, so it
Yes.
should be delineated.
yes.
Because, I know
Well-
it's there because the applicant that tried to build the addition on my first meeting was denied because of the wetlands that were there.
the Jetwood house that's back there, is that?
Well, the one house on
So this is-
Maitland.
Oh, okay,
The
yeah.
last house.
Behind me.
Behind him and behind your pool, there's wetlands. And I
Correct.
think there's some wetlands up behind your shed there.
Correct,
I
yes.
have-
Yes.
And then there's the stream as well.
And then the
brook.
stream.
The brook
Right.
on the other side.
Side, yes.
On the
Because,
opposite
when,
side.
Yes.
and because when, what's his name, Zanakis built that house, he had to build a wall, there was wetlands back there.
Physical barrier, yeah.
Yeah, so there is, so it should be delineated.
Well, the NOI would take care of that.
Okay,
I mean, do you guys agree that a notice of intent is appropriate?
yeah, oh,
Yes.
yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, even to restore it, NOI would be.
Right, oh, right, absolutely. So,
So what you're looking for is a, clean up the debris and set up the erosion controls by the 24th. And hopefully, I
And-
don't know if he'll have the time enough to file his after the fact NOI by then.
not by then, no way.
So let
No.
me ask you this, Amy, okay, we're not doing any particular order at this hour of the night?
No, it's kind of like shoot from the hip.
I mean, is there, other than the actual activity on the lot itself, is there impact to the wetlands? Has anything eroded in, anything washing, is there a vulnerability?
Well, actually, not horribly, surprisingly. I mean, this is probably the most vulnerable spot, but this was subject to the wicked rain that we had a couple of weeks, yeah, a couple of weeks ago, and it really wasn't, it wasn't bad, but, you know, it's sort of like getting a limit of work type,
So I'm just
you know,
understanding
visually.
the cart before the horse. Is it possible to get the erosion controls in first, or is the debris in the way
Well,
preventing that?
I think maybe this pile,
He's gotta get
this
the
pile
debris first.
on this end of the things is gonna inhibit that. I think in terms of the stream side, no, there's plenty of room to get erosion control on the stream
I
side
have
of
that
things.
side up now,
Yeah.
the silk
The
fence. I'm
silk
having
fence.
trouble finding that.
Mulch
silk-
sock.
The sock, yeah, correct. There's a guy in Concord, New Hampshire that has it, but that was not in my wheelhouse today to get up there and get that.
So we've got,
So the brick is removed from the front of the house. They used to, we're doing the siding as well, if you didn't see the sides of the pictures, but that whole front of that house was brick, like flower beds and everything like that in front of that. So we removed all that brick so we can put siding on the face of the house. So that brick pile there is not,
this is house
doesn't
related
do with anything to do with the
debris.
pool, but yeah, it's definitely on the, you know, on that stream side where it is causing an issue. But
All right, well, we gotta get the site cleaned up and the erosion control in by the next meeting.
Okay, or by the 24th, you mean?
Fourth, yep.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
you have to file for an NOI, after the fact NOI.
Notice of
So you
intent,
can-
is that?
So you can start
Okay.
continuing your, what you
Who do
want.
I file notice of intent with? Where does that go to? Oh, it goes right through you?
Well, so you're gonna have to engage a consultant, an engineer.
Yeah,
And they're
okay.
gonna need a wetland scientist on board as well. They
Okay.
delimit the wetlands, they survey your property, for all existing conditions, and then proposed conditions.
Okay.
And then the notice of intent is filed, and it's a butter notification, a public hearing with this commission
Okay.
to review, and then we issue what's called an order of conditions, and that's a wetland permit, and there's an appeal period, and then it gets recorded at the registry. You're gonna be looking at a performance bond to be posted. Erosion control monitor will have to be on board.
You're better off
So-
going down to the town hall and talk to her, because.
But I'm
you're
just
not-
I'm just
you're not
saying,
gonna
there's
remember.
just a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah,
So you're
yeah,
looking at a lot, but anyway,
You're not gonna remember.
and you're,
No,
and
I mean,
you're.
I'm taking
so-
notes as my best
So,
I can,
no,
but I
no,
can
so
go
the
back.
engineer is really gonna be the one who's
So the
going
engineer first? and
gather
that's
everything
A
together.
wetlands
and
engineer,
per-
or is that like,
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously
I'm
not
gonna
a-
give you a list
Okay.
of consultants that work and
Okay,
have
sure.
everyone on board, or however you wanna parse it out, so.
okay,
So do we need a formal motion?
Yes, for an enforcement order.
I am Justin.
Are you the owner of the contractor or both?
I'm the owner. I hired a contractor
You hired a
to do the
contractor,
pool,
okay.
yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
I
when you're
think
talking
we're
with
here.
those consultants, you also want to be able to, from whatever record you might have, is be able to establish what that backyard used to look like.
Okay,
Because what will come into play is current regulations and separations and things versus what used to be there.
okay,
And
so,
you're gonna need to demonstrate that to us.
so would that just be maybe a backlog of photos that I've taken from?
Whatever you
previously?
have,
Yeah,
that
whatever you
work with your
have.
engineer to
Whatever's gonna-
justify what was the,
Pictures-
what
pictures-
was the existing
Pictures of the
condition.
old pool, if you have any,
I do, yeah, yeah,
pictures of the yard,
Aerial
Yeah, yeah.
photography,
stuff like that.
okay.
okay. So, commission's gonna vote to issue a formal enforcement order that's gonna tell you to continue to cease any work on the pool, remove all that debris from next to the stream, get it off site. If you're not gonna use it, just get it out of
Yeah,
there.
yeah, for sure,
And get the remaining erosion controls in.
okay,
And then, and that's all gonna be by the 24th. And then you're gonna work on getting yourself a consultant on board. And it's not necessarily a deadline that we're gonna set for that, because,
Well, we start right there.
okay, go ahead.
So moved.
okay,
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Here it is.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous.
okay,
to bed.
okay. That's it, all right.
Well, that's
Never
what we
mind.
needed for the motion. You can
Okay,
tell
that's
them all
it.
the rest of
Okay,
it.
that's right. Thank
So,
you, never
let me
mind.
ask a quick question. So, can he use that machine back there to remove all that equipment? Because I know you put a halt on the equipment there, but the.
Yeah, you could,
Well, you're gonna need to use,
it's a mini excavator.
you can't do it
I
by
would say,
hand.
because there's a pile of concrete that's in the backyard
Yes.
by the wet section, that I need to have that concrete moved to continue the silt fence and
Yes.
the erosion debris. So I kind of, I'm stuck in a rock and a hard place, so to speak,
Yeah,
at that point.
no, I
So,
get it, yep,
Obviously, the contractor said he was gonna be here today with me. He's obviously not here at this point, so
okay.
he's gonna be looking for information as well, and I don't want to be passing along
No.
false information at this point,
Yep.
because,
Nope, I'll write it up, and it'll be crystal clear, deadlines and everything.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you guys, I
All right,
appreciate your time.
thanks, sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
We have to.
Already did that.
Yeah, we have to just sign stuff, right?
But we got one last item here, don't we?
Oh, yes, we do, we have,
We're adjourned.
no, wait,
Why can't we adjourn?
Because we have one more
Because we
item
have one
here
more
on the
item.
agenda.
What is it?
Master plan.
Oh,
Approval
the master
Committee.
plan.
We need a new
a
representative.
representative,
I volunteer, I'll take
Designate.
it. Close the meeting.
vote him
We have a
in, vote him
motion
in.
and a
if-
second.
You know what you just volunteered for?
Sean,
Somebody's
Excellent, take it.
somebody's gotta go.
Motion
Yeah, I'm not
and a
gonna talk you
second.
out, I'm not gonna talk you off that cliff.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous.
Okay,
Motion-
now we
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn.
So
So
move.
moved, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and that's unanimous. Now we're ready to adjourn.